I send the link to the announcement group about the bullshit bingo. You can read and play, have fun.
Okay guys, please sit down, find your places. And I have to say I'm pretty proud of you because you made it pretty much on time. And they are internationalized. So, hereby, for the last time, I will open agenda point 60. Quorum of the council and enlistment of the votes by proxy, and you will probably recognize a slight difference today.
Good morning, everyone. Today we will form the official names of your local groups. So just pay attention because my pronunciation is bad. Let's start. VI Volksgruppe Aachen Operational Research Club.
Oh, I'm gonna be there. Oh, I'm gonna be there. Oh, I'm gonna be there.
Thank you. Metro Productivity Club.
Anji Ankara, Metro, Ankara, Ankara, Anji Ankara, Metro, Ankara, Ankara.
Thank you. Sigma Clermont. Thank you. Asociação de Engenharia e Gestão Industrial de Aveiro. Thank you. Estima de Barcelona. Estima de Belgrade. Thank you. Arbeitsgruppe Wirtschaftsingenieure. VWI Esteem Hochschulgruppe Braunschweig. Thank you. VWI Esteem Hochschulgruppe Universität Bremen.
When I say Werner, you say Bremen. Werner.
Please put your masks on without and nose.
Thank you, Bremen. Circle Solveig as PM. Thank you. Associativa Grupo Universitária VWI Bucuresti. Thank you. Local Group Budapest BME. Thank you. Idea Ingegneri Visionaria Society.
Or maybe you can say LG.
Thank you. This will be fun. Asociação de Engenharia e Gestão Industrial de Universidade de Coimbra. KWI ist die Hochschulgruppe TU Darmstadt. Thank you. Local group Delft will be proxy by local group Eindhoven. KWI.
Again, please put your face mask or mouth and nose. For example, in Darmstadt will be back, Hugo, I just saw him, and yeah, we will organize.
VW, Hochschulgruppe Dortmund. Thank you. Local group Dresden will be proxy by local group Braunschweig. Interactie.
City, blijf reizen, we gaan overal naartoe. Waar ze aangaan als bloemen, nemen woorden het gevoel. Pak de stad met paarse truien, in Europa overal. Ver Sofia, Istanbul, ja je ziet ze overal. En we drinken paarse monster, maar de koren is het zuur. Op het Amper en Helsinki, want we zijn ze veel te duur. Maar na al die verre reizen is het duidelijk gedaan. Aan het mooie Eindhoven, want daar komen we vandaan. Maar het mooie Eindhoven!
Thank you for your efficiency. Grazie from Augusta. Thank you. Supreme Esteem Local Group Dansk.
I believe that the heart does go on.
Where's your delegate? Okay. Do you want to be the delegate for today? No, you need to say it really please.
But Chris, I'm prioritizing your questions then.
Okay. Estings Tirelsen. Local Group Gothenburg.
Just the one and say it. Just the one, just the one, just the one. Just the one, just the one,
Thank you. Wingnet Graz. Esteem Grenoble. Thank you. TPP Lugus. Thank you. VW Esteem Hochschulgruppe Wing Aktiv Hamburg.
Hamburg ist eine schöne Stadt, da lässt es sich gut leben. So fahren wir nach Sevilla und benehmen uns daneben.
Thank you. Prodeco. Thank you. Swing and TU Ilmenau. Thank you. Bogazit. It was a bit late.
You got too fast.
Bogaziti University Operations Research Club.
İstanbul artıyor, İstanbul artıyor, İstanbul artıyor, İstanbul artıyor, İstanbul artıyor, İstanbul artıyor. İstanbul to you.
Thank you. Yıldız Technical Quality and Productivity Club.
Yıldız dostum, yıldız kardeşliktir. Estimin üstüne elbette ekleriz. Kalbimizde davet arasıdır. Lay lay lay lay lay lay.
Thank you. İzmir Industrial Engineering Association Club.
İzleyin.
Thank you. Industrial Systems Society.
Aya benzer yüreğim, her doğarak takipteyim. Aşk kaderin çözersen eğer, seviyorum aşkım.
Thank you. VW Volksgruppe Kaiserslautern.
Alpines, repeat after me. Everywhere we go, people wanna know who we are. So we tell them. We are the Alpine. Mighty, mighty Alpine. Who are Alpine? No, you don't repeat that part.
VW Esteem Volksgruppe Karlsruhe. Esteem LT Castle. Thank you. Student Science Circle Management AGAs. Local Group Krakow.
Vivo, Buda.
Thank you. Esteem LT Kiev.
I say CM, you say here.
Thank you. Local Group Lausanne will be brought to you by Local Group Ilmenau. Local Group La Peranta. Thank you. Esteem LT Liège, ASBL. Thank you. Local Group Linköping will be brought to you by Local Group Gothenburg. NESI, Nucleo de Estudiantes de Ingeniería en Estado Industrial. Thank you. Local Group Lulea will be brought to you by Local Group Olu. Internationella Utskottet vid sektionen för industriell ekonomi. Local Group Lund. Thank you. Estimal Zillion. Thank you. Esteem Madrid. Thank you. Esteem Milan. Thank you. Nezium.
I will shout Agamia and you all mean it.
Local group means will be proxy by local group key. Bauman Moscow State Technical University.
I say привет, you say Москва. Привет! Москва! Привет! Москва! Привет! Москва!
Thank you. Hochschule für angewandte Wissenschaften München.
Ole! Ole!
European Association of Industrial Engineering and Management, local group IM Novi Sad.
I say Novi, you say Sad. Novi! Sad! Novi! Sad!
Thank you. Optiem, Olum, Tuotan, Talu, Sekari, Local group Paderborn will be proxied by local group Brussels. Agye Ichios. Thank you. Local group Poznan will be proxied by local group Warsaw. Esteem St. Petersburg. Thank you. Esteem local group Sevilla. Thank you. VWI Esteem Hochschulgruppe Siegen. Thank you. Local group Skopje will be proxied by local group Belgrade. It will be fine. Združenje na studentite po industrialno inženjerstvo in medicament. Local group Sofia. Thank you. Local group Stockholm will be proxied by local group Lund. MTU Estima Zitali. Total Luden Kita Index. Okay.
Lappeenranta, Helsinki, Helsinki, Ouluvaasa, Tampere, Ouluvaasa, Tampere, Alsiina, Alsiina.
Thank you. Local group Tartamures will be proxied by local group Bucharest. NTNU Norges Teknisk Naturvitenskapelige Universitet. From Thailand. Local group Vasa will be proxied by local group La Veranda. Local group Vienna will be proxied by local group Liège. Estimam Warsaw. Thank you. Esteem local group Santi.
Oh, Paucara, Ecotela, Mesodialo, Opugena, Petitana, Caluto, Ella se enamoró.
Thank you. Druga studenata industrijskog Esteban y Menalventa. Sorry. Thank you. Let's proceed with observer local groups. Local group videos. Thank you. Local, and now let's continue with the guest local groups. Local group Cartagena. Local group Rijeka. Thank you. And now we have with externals. Helpen Deutscher Wirtschaft Ingenieure. Thank you. And Electrical Engineering Students European Association. Thank you.
Okay, so
Local group Arte. Local group Gas.
okay, then I close agenda point 60, quorum of the council and enlistment of the votes by proxy. And next we have somebody is raising a vote of attention. So let's go to the section. To quickly explain all the delegates what the vote of intention is, so you learned already what a motion is. So motion, if it's effective, is a legal requirement for the board and needs to be phrased pretty exactly that the board is able to execute it. And a vote of intention is not a legal requirement for the board, it's more that the council expresses his opinion about a certain topic to the board, and the board should do it, but legally you don't need to do it. This is the difference.
Okay, so as Kel said, I'm presenting a vote of intention regarding the printing of ST magazines.
And you go on to the right of the stage, and we don't have these sounds and music. Yes.
Sure. Okay, so first I will explain what is a vote of intention, even though Kel just did that. And then I'm going to tell you a bit how we are doing this printing right now and why are we doing it. My proposal to change this and why am I making this proposal. Okay, so starting with what is a vote of intention. Votes of intention allow the council to show the esteemed board how they would like the board to proceed regarding a specific thing. And like the motion, if accepted, the board doesn't take legal responsibilities upon it, which means that they can still do another thing, but we are showing them that we would like them to proceed by doing what we are proposing, if accepted. Okay, so how are we printing the magazines right now? For the ones that are not aware, the board sends an email basically saying that they will offer 5 magazines to each local group per default. And if the local group wants more magazines, they can still order it, and STEAM will offer them to the local group. So they are not paying anything for extra magazines. And I think a lot of magazines end up not being used because you are receiving 5 magazines, even if you actually don't need them. And so they just go to your local group and you are not actually doing something with them. Okay, so why we are doing this? And going back a bit on the history of the ST magazine. The ST magazine was created in 1991, so we need to understand that at that time we didn't have the technology we have now, so it was really important to have these magazines to show to our stakeholders what we were doing. Printing the magazines is also a requirement in some of our contracts,
so it's important that it is delivered to all the local groups. After so many years printing the magazine, it also became a tradition for some people, they would really like to have the magazines, and yeah, basically it became an esteemed tradition. Okay, but now we are in 2021 and we are still thinking that we need to offer a lot of magazines to show our stakeholders who you are. But the truth is that now we have social media, we have the portal. Okay, so what am I exactly proposing? For the next edition of the esteemed magazine, esteemed should cover only the printing costs of one magazine per local group, one magazine per wording, one magazine per article author, one magazine for the esteemed magazine leader, and extra magazines to deliver in external events according to specific needs. So, for example, for me as ambassador, if I'm going to an external event and I think it's important to give them a magazine, then I can request it, and the VP of Finance will hopefully accept my request. Okay. The next council meeting should include a presentation reporting how many magazines were printed for each purpose. This ensures that we know why we are printing these magazines, and we are not like accepting other requests based on the last requirements. Then, local groups can request the printing of extra magazines, but they will pay the price of cost of them, which means that Esteem with this doesn't aim to make profit by selling you the magazines, but you are just paying what Esteem would pay for the price for the magazines. The Esteem magazine should be sent in a printable version to the local groups in order to enable them to print it locally. So I think it's quite self-explanatory, but basically imagine that here in Seville a magazine would cost like €3, and in your local group it costs €1 to print. So why would you buy to Esteem? You can just print it locally, and it's also, for some people, it's easier because you don't need to carry them to your local group. Okay. So, why am I proposing this? First of all, we have a current budget for the printing of the next edition of Esteem magazines of €1,200, and if we do this, I am expecting that Esteem will cover the cost of around 100 magazines, and if we assume that each magazine costs €2.50, the expected budget will decrease to €250, which will result in a saving of €950. Okay, this is just like for you to have an idea on how we can impact the budget, but actually these numbers can change because we might realize that we need a bit more magazines, that they will be a bit more expensive or less expensive, so it's just to give you an idea, okay? Okay, this money could be spent for other purposes. For example, we are currently only supporting each leader with €50. We could be supporting them with more money. We could be supporting trainers to deliver trainings to local groups that need them, for example. But we are spending this in printing magazines. And the second reason is sustainability. So now we are printing around 300 to 400 magazines per council meeting, and if we decrease this to 100 magazines, we will save around between 200 magazines and 300 magazines, and taking into consideration that each magazine has around 60 pages, we will be saving 12,000 to 18,000 paper sheets. And this will make me very happy because for the ones that don't know me that well, I am very sustainability oriented, so yeah. And so the ultimate goals, just for you to understand, what I'm proposing here is because I want to decrease the number of magazines that we are printing, and I want to ensure that all the magazines that we are printing have a purpose. Impacting the budget, so what will happen to the budget if this is accepted? The money will be spent according to the vote of intention, hopefully, even though the board doesn't have legal Yeah? Requirements yet to do it. And it will affect the realization of the budget. Regardless of this being accepted or not, we will vote on the budget that Celia presented yesterday. So this will only affect the realization of the budget. Okay, what happens if the vote is rejected? First of all, I will be really sad because I really want this to be accepted, and yesterday I had a really quick city tour and I went directly to the hostel to make this presentation for you, and I arrived later at the international night, so I will be really sad. Then, the Board and ST Magazine team can still reflect on this topic and make some changes on the way we are proceeding, but they don't really have to, or they are not doing it because we are asking them to, they are doing it because they want to. And the budget realization, sorry, it should be their realization, will stay as it is, except if the VP of Finance decides to change it and the financial controllers agree with it. Okay, thank you.
Before we continue to the questions, I want to say a couple of clarifications, because yesterday we had a really long discussion about the motion, and some people asked me if we can make it shorter. So why I'm usually not interrupting discussions for votes of intentions and motions and so on, is that I don't know when the delegates have enough information to vote up on this, and you have to vote right now. This is why I'm not interrupting these discussions. However, you always have the right to raise motions of order. For example, to stop a question time or to prolong a question time. So this is always a possibility, and after this we will also have another motion. So yeah, just to remind you, but I don't want to stop you discussing or anything, just that you know that you also have the power to set the agenda, and we start with Max over
Hello, Max from LXIII. I think the purpose of this presentation is really great, saving costs, sustainability. However, in Eindhoven, as people Eindhoven, we also use it for our universal relations, giving the names to people, making sure that other people as well know what the STEAM is. So I see a big purpose behind the STEAM magazine, apart from just printing papers. And I think that's why I would like to have more magazines, and I would like to, I will be in favor of this presentation, even though the first guide is good. It's not helping us developing an Eindhoven, developing our group, developing our relationship for professionals. But that's a question. But okay.
So I guess it was more a comment.
Yeah.
Okay, then move on to the delegate in front.
Hello. Zorana from local group Novi Sad. So I have a question. How is it going to affect on corporate relations? Because the magazine is one of the key assets which we are giving to the partners. It's part of every contract.
Yes, so basically this is a vote of intention, this is not a motion. So if, for example, it happens that a partner says, I don't want you to only print 100 magazines, and we will drop our contract if this happens. The board can decide not to proceed with this. So this is our intention, like we want to reduce the magazines. If something happens, we can still do another thing, basically.
Okay, first a comment from Celia.
In the contracts that we have with the partners about the magazine, it says it needs to be printed, but also these points can be still communicated with the partner. And for example, last year we did not print any magazine, but since it's communicated and they understood, it was totally fine. As long as it's distributed to the customers and they know that we have these materials, it is not going to be an issue in our opinion. And it will be anyways there will be some magazine printed.
And can I just add one more point? Also, I think it is great for the image of ST, like even if we explain, okay, we are reducing the printing of the magazines because we also want to be more sustainable. Companies are also aligned usually with those values. So I think they will understand, and we can also promote the magazine online and show them, for example, how many views we are getting on issue.com.
Okay, Daniel Eindhoven. I was looking at your calculations, and to me they don't really make sense. We usually pay 2 to 300, and they're 250 each. you go back to your budget slide, I think like 300 times 250 is 750. Like the budget is 1200, so that already doesn't make sense. So your saving is actually less than you are actually propose here. But I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry, I didn't understand. Can you repeat?
Okay, so you say there are 200 to 300 printed every year or every edition, and you say like the current budget is 1200. If there are 250 each, then you save actually already with printing 2 to 300. Like on the next slide. There's 2 to 300 magazines, or is it? Oh, never mind.
No, like here we have the current budget. If you go like to the formula in the budget, it says that we are spending 1,500 euros for this CM and 1,200 euros for the next CM. Since we can't really change this CM because the magazines are already printed, I'm only proposing this for the next edition. And this expected budget, it's because I'm expecting for the number of magazines to reduce, of course, that's possible goal, to 100 magazines. And yeah, if we are considering 2.5 euros per magazine, this it can depend a lot on the country. This is just for you to have an idea. It will only cost 250 euros, so I still will save 950 euros. I don't know if this will
You're saying it's more expensive than 2.5, else the budget would be it's fine. The goal is just that the savings won't be 950. It will be short.
Yeah, it's more expensive, then the savings will be shorter, but it's just to give you an idea on how it can impact the budget.
Okay, that was next.
Mine is some.
Okay, take it from them.
Nicola Philip Brown. I would actually like to raise a motion of order against some of these questions because I think it's unnecessary to spend time discussing how do I call this? Examples of a budget calculation which are not set in stone anywhere, which are literally just there to showcase that we'll save money if we do this.
Okay. Is it okay for you if we just do the questions we are currently having?
Yeah.
So basically we have a kind and then you can wait it. Then you still have your technical.
Yes.
So yeah, you
Danielle Jantov, if you want to present the motion, you have to fill in the form and present it on the slide, right?
For the motion of order, you can basically say it verbally. Where was first?
My first thought was, I actually like the idea in general. Also during my mandate, I actually a bit insisted on, but since there was no need to network and for extras, local groups can actually order on their own and try to cover that fee. I have one suggestion on the last slide. Can you please go there?
Like the slide with the proposal or this?
It says the budget will stay as it is, except if the European Finance decides to change it and the financial controllers agree with it. I have one thing here: if the council is giving their vote as a no, I will not keep that sentence there because of course the board can change it. But since they are making a proposal today as in the voting session, I will take that sentence out. Like it doesn't make any sense. The council is saying no, they are showing their intention already.
Was more comment or question?
Yeah, I would if also you guys also agree, I would like to take that sentence out from the vote of intention.
Yeah, I mean, I only did this slide to explain what will happen, but I think we can take it.
The anyways can, but for me it doesn't make any sense.
And also there is a mistake because the budget, it will affect the budget was as it is. Yeah, this budget that we will approve the same budget regardless if it's accepted or not.
I have a very quick suggestion for student for the future contracts. I will take out printed magazines from our contracts and just write magazine distribution or magazine publication and leave this problem ahead.
Okay, do you want to rephrase it or does it need to raise an amendment? know if you want to change it or not.
I mean, I have a technical, sorry. Are we voting on what happens if the vote is rejected? Because I only did this slide to explain the council what will happen, but I think we are voting upon this. So, like, it's just a slide.
So, at the end, this is the actual proposal. So the question is, where would we want to change something in this proposal?
But the sentence, that's the thing. Today they was making a proposal, so they are not going to change it. So it doesn't make any sense to change, to write that boards can change it because their proposal will be happening today anyway, so they are not changing it.
Yes, I understand your point. I'm just saying that we are not voting on what happens if it's rejected. That was just a slide I did to explain the council what happens, but we are voting upon this proposal. So if you want to make an amendment, you should make it to this proposal, not to the slide that I did just to explain the council what will happen.
This is not going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so guys, ignore the sentence.
Okay, we are voting exactly on what's written down here. If you want to change something about has been happened, then you are free to raise an amendment. And now, the last question from Kai.
The question is, in that sense, I see definitely the value in rethinking a little bit how the distribution is done, especially that it's quite known that there is some waste created. Though, however, I see the magazine also as a great opportunity to support all the local groups in representing themselves in this team, especially taking into consideration that if we only give them one piece for free and charge the others, some local groups with a less financial situation might really need to think about whether they take this investment for their representation or not. And from those local groups, then it would, value is taken away by esteem and taken into central esteem, which is a comment I wanted to make. I wanted to ask you about whether you already talked about that with Sonia or general VP of PR and what they think about it.
Okay, can I answer first and then maybe you can comment? So I think that when we are trying to promote ourselves, we need to reflect on what is the best way to do it. So if an LG thinks that the best way to promote themselves is to buy magazines, I think that if they don't have money to buy a few magazines, then maybe we should have a budget to support the local groups that don't have that money, because it's not that expensive. And the other thing is that the STEAM magazine is promoting STEAM and not DLG directly, even though of course it helps. But what I'm trying to say is that it's like a PR strategy, and if DLG really finds it valuable, I think they would pay for it according to their needs. And currently what happens is that even if you don't need them, you just receive it and you do nothing with it, and this will encourage people to reflect on, do they really need this? Because if they are paying for it, they will reflect on it, I think.
Okay, we will have one last comment. Afterwards, we need to either stop the question time or vote on changing the question time. What's the technical? On microphones. Quickly, the microphone right.
Just restating my question. My question was, have you talked to Sonia about this video of magazine, or what's the opinion of the video of PR?
You want to clarify?
I talked to Sonia. I don't know if you talked, but so basically, when you raise a motion or a vote of intention, as always, council has right to decide what we should do. From my point of view, yeah, there are some pros and cons, and yeah, right now we have a cost of, I mean, in the CM we had the cost of 1,500, which was a bit more than we expected due to the cost of the country. So in that sense, it may help in the future. However, at the same time, we can't really know what will be the cost, since we also don't really know the countries that we will be having the CMs and all that. So at the same time, it gives us, as Francisca said, a good opportunity to reduce the cost, but at the same time, yeah, taking away that opportunity from some of the local groups may cause some problems in the future. So.
Okay. Then we will stop the question time now, and I will proceed to the vote. This is the proposal. I ask the voting committee to come on the stage. And as always, if you agree to this proposal of the vote of intention, then you have to do it in green sheet. If you abstain, in yellow sheet. If you are voting against this proposal, you have to raise your red sheet. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, then please raise your sheets now. If you are voting for 2 local groups, raise 2 sheets with 2 different hands. And yeah, hold them up really high because it's not directly clear, so we need to count them. The ones who are holding up like sheets behind each other, please take the other ones down. So if you have like 3 sheets, you just have like the one in front and so on. Just hold up 1 sheet so it's really, really clear.
Okay, so the motion is accepted.
Alright. It's not a correlation. Okay, then you need to leave the stage again. And next we're having a motion by Emily. Yeah, I was just looking for her in the audience.
Okay. I have a motion to change something in the budget. Okay, what is the motion about? It's about the academic development department budget. And my motion is to change this, to remove the 390 euros that's currently budgeted for the Lean Six Sigma instructors to travel. I will come back to this slide in a minute. So why did I raise the motion? I raised the motion because it's an important part of the budget, and it isn't in alignment with how we budget the rest, how we evaluated if we can make this expense or if we can't. So I did raise the motion to make you be able to vote upon it without having to vote against the budget as a whole. So why did I raise the motion to change this part? It's because it's not fair to the other streamers. At the moment we're really cutting on costs for actors, for leaders, for everyone, and we're only giving you reimbursements for participation fees if the event actually gives value to us team and to the development of the network. And what I was saying, like we are only giving participation fees to anyone else but the board. Because for the board, it will get really expensive for them if we cut out our travel costs. So at the moment, the current situation, I lined up the parts that I want to change in red. So that will be cut out to 390 euros. And my proposal is to change it to this. And then they only have the reimbursement for the participation fees. One of the arguments I heard while talking with some people about this was that Lean Six Sigma actually brings in their own partnerships. They have Continental and ABB, but in my opinion, for ABB, looking at the contracts, this is a partnership that could be developed further and we could give more value to the partner by moving it to Central Stream and having CRC actually put the effort into it. So what will it be looking like in the final budget? I made an overview slide and I made all the changes for the parts that will be changed in red. So we have the current situation, we would make 3,500 something expenses. Because 390 euros will be cut, we will make less expenses and we will have in our budget more profit. Okay, the vote itself. If you vote to accept this motion, then those 390 euros will be removed and Lean Six Sigma will not be able to spend money for their travel expenses from their instructors. When it's rejected, we will vote upon the budget in the voting session according to how it's presented yesterday, or if there are still changes to be made, then accordingly to those changes. So it is really important to know that if you vote for this motion, you will also vote for how you will be voting upon the budget. So again, when it's rejected, the budget will look like this, and the academic department budget will look like that. And when it's accepted, that part will be cut out of the budget. And then the final motion summary, so what will we be actually voting upon? To change the academic development department budget by removing the 390 euros that is allocated to travel expenses for these Lean Six Sigma instructors. So, are there any questions?
Yes, so this text is the exact motion proposal, actually submitted via paper, and we have received 2 questions, and we are starting this time in front of Marsha. So, yeah.
Maria, so you want to cut quite some money from the budget, and the question is, do you have an exact idea where this money needs to be spent? Because currently this brings lots of benefits, and saving just for the sake of saving, how you imagine redistributing this money to achieve the same amount of impact that my investment was achieved.
Okay, yeah. What I was also showing over here is that they actually make 1,200 euros, and we had a lot of talks with the Lean Six Sigma team before this year to see if they were willing to change this. And they didn't give us any options that would actually benefit the network, and I really think they could have given us a lot. As you see, they also still have retained earnings that can be spent on any good valuable ID in the academic development department according to the IRs. But indeed, they came only up with travel expenses, so that's why I want to change this, and we gave them a lot of options to actually give a valuable reason or valuable option to spend money on, but they wanted to only do this one.
Hello, Max in Eindhoven. I actually see a lot of value in travel expenses because it's also part of the expansion strategy of LSS, how to expand into other regions that don't LSS that much. So
there's also the opportunity to work on that problem, and not necessarily that you then need money to spend on the instructors you have now. You could also improve on other parts.
So to summarize, if LSS instructors will go to 200, they will get have to reimburse, yes or no?
I'm not like it's an opportunity. I can't say if they get it or not.
If the question is no, I don't see why you would cut it. If the question is yes, then it's fine to cut the budget. But that's also quite important. So maybe ask the board, can LSS instructors go to the Club of 100, yes or no?
Please don't yell into the GA.
Ines said they would go there, but they might get the money.
Max, can you shortly rephrase your question?
My question was, if Ines said you can also go to the Club of 100, but we're not even sure if you can get the money then as LSS instructor. I still think there's a big value of traveling to other places to get LSS courses, and maybe it's more common than a question, sorry.
Yes, the main idea of having travel expenses in the budget is yearly goals of the LSS currently, leaders acknowledge me afterwards saying that according to their plans, they need to reimburse the travels instead of the conferences, and they want to allocate the money afterwards through the travel cost, because this year they want to focus on central courses and to make it helpful and help instructors, they want to reimburse the travel costs.
LSS is something that we actually want to do in the Sorry. And by doing this, actually the LGs that don't have that kind of money to support the instructor, that actually don't have local instructors to instruct the course, they'll be like really, they will not be able to actually do the course. And I think it's not that big of a money, it needs the support for the LGs that are not that developed. And I think how will you, do you have a solution for that? How will you support the LGs that don't have local instruction and need that kind of money to actually do the course?
Like what I said already, if they really don't have the money for it, they can apply for Club of 100. What I'm saying is, at the moment, this does not align with how we budget the rest of the budget for our team. We can say there's a lot of people on the stage here that need to be here to make us CM valid, to make this actually happening. They are working hard every day, but they don't get even the participation fee reimbursed for this event. So what I'm saying is, if you say you can not reimburse them, but we can reimburse the participation fee and the travel cost of the instructors, for me that was not how we are at the moment making the budget and how we are evaluating to pay our active members of the team.
Alright, I totally see if we are in an emergency, financial emergency, that you cut costs. So my point would be, are we really in a financial emergency to cut costs further? And also, don't you think it's a bit unfair for one of the main income contributors to cut costs from their expenses, because they are generating a lot of income? And isn't it unfair if you then come to them and say, like, you can have those expenses?
Okay, yeah, but I was telling you about the Continental contract. That's one that's actually really related to the Institute. But the ABB contract is already half of the points have to be fulfilled by a team, and it's quite a lot of money. They are not putting in the effort themselves. It's an alumni or the team, one team member that's doing the contract, and it could give way more value to ABB as well, to the company, if we move the contract completely to Central Steam. So that was what I was saying, like, and they still have money, but according to the spending policy that you present in general, to actors and to leaders, it wouldn't be fair to reimburse the travel expenses, in my opinion. But if they would have said, okay, we have this bright idea and we need some money to get new materials, I would have said, okay, it's okay. So they do have money to spend in the academic development department, but I would say in the current spending policy to have it aligned with the extra valuable things to develop the network.
Alright, I will prioritize delegates now because they need to understand what to vote upon and we are running late in time. So, Chris.
Chris, not on events.
A question more about the general state right now of the Lean Six Sigma instructors. Is this like, can we know if right now there's like a small pool of instructors and it's the same people making the travels, so it's actually heavy on them when it comes to financial costs? Or do we have like so many of them that it's mostly like they're traveling like once and the costs are like much lighter on them?
I wouldn't be able to.
Yes, LSS currently has a database of the instructors, but it's not fully updated and clear, so there is not 100% clear data that I can tell you. But as far as I talked to the LSS leaders, they have instructors, but they are people who graduated mostly working, so it's hard for them to have this time and work, have this time in general. They basically have, let's say, an average amount, but it's really hard to convince them to join the events and, yeah, having their times basically. They're struggling a little bit with finding instructors currently.
What is that? What do you want to show me this?
Just wanted to ask for clarification. So does it mean that it's the same people traveling all the time because they are coming travels to find new ones? Or does it mean that everybody travels just once? That's it, because they don't want to deliver it.
Everybody travels just once, unless it's a really critical situation that they cannot find no one else.
Zara from local group Novi Sad. So it's a little bit more about our local group because we currently have two Lean Six Sigma instructors in our local group, and we will soon have two more Lean Six Sigma instructors. So my question is, I think that you didn't saw like the wider picture about how it will affect local groups, because we have currently a very bad situation with finances. So yeah, I mean, we have 4 Lean Six Sigma instructors, and do you think this is actually a good thing to do?
So just to clarify, it was only a comment, right, and not a question? Okay, then I didn't understand the question.
Okay, then please go back to the delegate.
I said like we didn't saw the wider picture, and actually it will affect a lot of local groups, and I don't think that money that is reduced for travel expenses is going to benefit us at all. So yeah, still didn't understand. Okay, okay, there's no question.
Okay, from now on, I will only prioritize the delegates. If there are any delegates that we don't understand what they vote on, have any questions, please stand up. For the other questions, we really don't have time because we are running super late. It's more like a discussion.
I go. Alexander Klaus from Belgium. Just to clarify, can you go back one slide?
What slide?
Yeah, on the slide we had before. Yeah, that one. Maybe it's sort of also a question for legal finance, I don't know. So, is the ADP allowed to use their profits for themselves? So, for example, like they're making 4,700 euros, and their expenses like 1,080 euros. So the difference, are they allowed to use it for themselves and for their purposes?
They are allowed, indeed. They are allowed to, according to the RRs, they are allowed to spend it to develop the academic development department. But we're still having a vote on it as a council. So it's still an important part. And that's why I presented it here, to actually have the council to make the vote.
Thank you. Please repeat the question for the secretaries.
The question was if the academic development department is allowed to use their profits for their own department.
Okay. So there's a delegate left. And I also remind the delegate, if you have the feeling that you can't make a decision on this right now, you're also free to ask for a blind vote and we will just add it to the next voting session. Just to let you know.
Yeah, also, but why aren't we relocating the money instead of just taking it out of the budget? For example, in trainers and leaders.
Can you repeat the question?
Good point. Can I repeat the question? Yes. Why aren't we reallocating the money instead of just taking it out of the budgets?
I took it out because there wasn't like a real clear indication on where the money should go in that case. But yeah, it would have been better to have actually a relocation of this money.
Okay, there's a comment. No, we're not doing any more non-delegate questions. Okay, there's one delegate question.
Kirill Tamrada, Bucharest. Actually, it's a comment and a question. So you're basically having the same point as me that ST should have a bigger budget for savings just in case anything happens. Like 15,000 is not enough, and this money should be reallocated and saved for later use when we actually have bigger problems, right? Thank you.
Okay, we will stop the discussion in the GA, except delegates. This is the comment of the technical, so we don't do it. So if the delegates seem to feel that they have enough information because there are no more delegate questions, and also so far no one requested a blind vote. So yeah, anyway, no, we're stopping the discussion right now. So I asked the voting committee to come on the stage. What's that? What is that? What?
We gave them very much options to do innovative projects, so we wanted to reallocate the money. They could spend everything in their department, but they didn't give any innovative projects. We said, put it in materials, put it in another thing, but they didn't. So, like, we discussed it with them and we gave them the option, but they just didn't take it, so.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Now that we really stop the discussion in the GA, so I asked the voting committee to come on the stage. And delegates, as always, you have to raise your green sheet if you want to accept the motion, the red sheet if you want to reject the motion, and yellow for abstain. If you're voting for two LGs, then raise two sheets with two separate hands and never raise sheets behind each other, so that it's really, really clear. And please raise your sheets now. And as always, we raise them really high, because it's again not totally clear. Yeah, well, it's like that.
So we have 32 votes in red, so the motion is rejected.
Okay, motion is rejected. Okay, thank you for the motion. And we open agenda point. So everybody's awake now. And I want to remind the partner that about his new job, because we had the motion about that. And I open agenda point 61, nominees for awards.
Hola. Yes, this is the time that everyone was waiting for. So, hello, people. Now we are going to talk about the nominations. So, nominees for the awards. So, now we are going to vote upon the people that are nominated for the local heroes and esteemers of the year. So, why do we have awards in SD? We want to show our appreciation to active people for their contribution to our network, and then increase the recognition that they are adding to value to our network. So, you will be voting upon the esteemers of the year. We will have 3 esteemers of the year, and then you will be voting upon 6 people. But what is esteemers of the year? It's someone that deserves the recognition to the great contribution to our network, an esteemer that who can count anytime, someone to live in work hard and play hard to live the spirit, spread the spirit, shares it with you, someone who's really adding to the network. So So, we have Marina from Algeria. She was the active in the local level last year. She was the president, and she contributed to local level anyway. But she also contributed to the central level as well, and became the regional coordinator of the Baltic. Now she's the current Baltic RC. Yes, now we have a single. She worked in very different areas in our network in the central level. She contributed in every way that she can. She worked very hard, and she's now current members committee leader, and she's doing a great job. And yeah, she's also a trainer in our network, contributing in that area as well. We have thank you, Claudia. We have Nico from she's been a streamer for a very long time. He's a very old streamer. He contributed in very different areas in the stream. And he's the current financial controller and the Northwest Regional Coordinator. He has a leadership position. And he is actually elected financial controller for 3 years in a row. And we have Martijn from Algeria. Martijn contributed to our network in very different ways, and he is active in every area of our network. He is still contributing it, especially in the academic area of our network. He was the previous LXIII leader, and he's still active and contributing to our network. So you will be voting upon these 6 options, and 3 of them will be the esteemers of the year. Next, we have local heroes. What is local heroes? This is someone that who deserves appreciation for local group achievements which are sufficiently recognized within a team. So, local heroes. We have, I cannot pronounce, we have from local group here. She was active in our local group for a while, and she worked in different areas in the local group, and she's the current president in her local group, and she also organized the Web Summer Academy event weekly online. We have Ozan from Ozan was last year a VP of HR in his local group, and he was also a leader of the local group exchange previously, and now he is the current LR, and then he is resurrecting his local group after COVID. We have Maria from Sandy. Sorry. Maria is from the yes, I am sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry, I will fix it. I'm sorry. Yes, she's from Paris, and she's the one that has actually contributed with her local group to make it alive, because they are the biggest local group and they really need to be alive. So she's the one that who's doing it. She's the current leader of our local group. Pirates. We have Petra from Santi. This is Santi, this she was the previous leader of the Santi. She contributed, she contributed to her local level and then make her local group alive. She organized the first offline event after COVID.
Sorry, there's another technical question. No, we need the microphone. Wait.
You're still
okay,
sorry.
You're
You're still there, answer too. She's still the, sorry, I said previous. She's still the heart of our local group, and she's also the current brain trainer leader. And she organized the first offline event after COVID. We have Nicola from Bulgaria. He contributed his local group in different areas. He also organized the second offline event post-COVID, and he's still contributing to his local group and organizing the SIA. And we have Özge from Istanbul. She's the current of Istanbul Yıldız. Even though she's not that old, she organized a post-COVID offline event in a hybrid version. So she's doing an amazing job with her local group. So you will be also putting up this option for the local heroes, and we will choose 3 of them, and we will have 3 local heroes in the end. So, thank you everyone for the contribution. We received many nominees for the awards, but we needed to choose some of them. So, thank you all of you, And please, if you have any questions to the people that who are nominated, ask them your questions, approach them, talk with them, get to know them better, because we have a limited time here. So, thank you everyone for their contribution, all of the nominees. You will be voting upon them during the voting session.
Exactly. So, hereby I close agenda point 61, nominees of the awards, and I open agenda point 62, achievements in ST. And we are starting with the achievement collaboration with Share on sustainability for supply chain trade certificate cheese.
So, good morning everyone. I hope you all had an amazing last night. And now I'm here to present you our collaboration with Share NGO on a sustainable cocoa supply chain certification scheme project. So, who am I? I'm Ahmet Kaplan from local group Istanbul LXIII, and I am the current cert leader. And yes, so I would like to start with talking about the involved NGOs on our collaboration project. And the first one, Surprise team, and what we do, and this is how they manage to reach out to us as well. So the Shire was founded to unite people and liberate Europe and Africa from the chains of the past, and here you can see how they work in the circle. And yes, coming on to our issue is, as I already said, it is a project on sustainable cocoa supply chain certification scheme. So our issue is that Africa is arguably the richest continent in the earth with the materials and everything, but they are still poor because they do not get the share that they deserve. So as you can see in the image right up top, they only get 6% of the revenue coming from the cocoa, and they cannot get a living income with that. And so I'm asking you why SDG 1 is no poverty, because poverty causes many problems and it lies beneath the many SDGs as well. And yeah. So, talking about the project itself, the first initial idea came up from the Africa in Motion NGO. Then they made a research and they have a research paper on Wageningen University, and you can find it online. It is called Fairer Than Fair Trade, and it is talking about the supply chain certification schemes that we have today, such as fair trade and everything else. Then the Cocoa Coalition was founded. Also, then the initial idea of this project was initiated, now we are in the process of building a business. Okay. So what we are trying to achieve with this project is that we are basically trying to build a better and more inclusive and like working cocoa supply chain certification scheme. And here you can see our scope. And also with this project, we are actually contributing to the 5 SDGs, such as like no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, and gender equality, and climate action. While we are trying to tackle like extreme poverty, while we are trying to end infant malnutrition and child labor, and gender inequality, and in deforestation.
Sorry for interrupting you. Delegates, please wake up and not look on the phones.
So yeah, this is our project charter. So initially we have tried to come up with a complete business model at the end of our project, but we couldn't reach that goal, so we changed our scope to like researching a business model. And yeah, like you can have a look at it by yourself. So we are focusing on Ghana and Ivory Coast, and we are like also focusing on the 5 biggest chocolate producers as well. And yeah, this is the problem statement and project focus. This is the project charter as well. And yeah, so this is the team behind the collaboration. It was initiated last year, so the Miko was the leader of the project at that time, so he is basically the contact person from this team. And we have Max Coffee from Africa in Motion and Becky from Chad. Some of you might know it, might not her. And here is the team behind the project. So, what we did in the last half a year. So we had a kickoff event in the March, and this is our agenda. We had a lot of participants, and they are also members of the project right now. Other than that, we had team chats. We had calls with advisors from STEAM alumni that are working in the chocolate companies, such as Mondelez, Nestle, and we had some strategic planning done. Also, I'd like to thank Arthur right now because of all the hard work that he put on the project. And we had some research, and we have a magazine article as well. You can check it out when you receive the magazines. So, coming to my point, guys, we need you in the project. If you are planning to write a thesis on this project on the topic of like supply chain certification schemes or on sustainability, you can always write about this topic, about the inequality in the supply chain of cocoa supply chain. Other than that, we can always say in our project, because we need some experienced people who can contribute to our project with the business development and strategy and everything, and in supply chain as well. Also, yeah, this is it. And yes, so thank you for attention. If you would like to check out this presentation, once again, you can always scan the QR code. And please feel free to reach out to me for your questions, and if you also want to get involved in the project as well. So yeah.
Alright, before continuing to the questions, we have another presentation of our which is the Esteem Impact Measurement Project.
So hello everyone once again with another presentation. So this is actually a very important presentation because me and Selim have been talking about it a lot in the last months, and we have finally decided to work on this project. So source strategy of Esteem and impact measurement project. So yeah. Okay. So I will be talking about the Turk. And what is impact measurement, and what is social strategy, and how will we benefit from those, and finally how we will do it. So, as I have said earlier, Search mission is like connect, educate, and support streamers in the making of initiatives such as like those. And all of our work is based on United Nations SDGs. And yeah, so what is impact measurement? So what is actually impact management and measurement? So it is actually like identifying and considering the positive and negative effects of one business actions on the people and planet. So in our case, esteems action on the esteemers and the planet itself. Then figuring out ways to like mitigate the negative ones and like maximize the positive ones. So actually we had decided on working on this project in the latest comp we had in the April. So you can see in the map it is the one with the highest impact and highest effort. Also, with this project we will try to ensure that esteem is actually realizes where it has the most positive and negative effects, and it actually tries to mitigate the negative ones and increase and maximize the positive ones. So it actually like gives esteem a chance to align itself with the SDGs as well. And yes, now coming to the point where I'm going to talk about the benefits and outcomes of this project. Alright, this is many stuff, but firstly, like as I have said earlier, we will be realizing like how esteem impacts people, and we will kind of be aware of that. Other than that, like impact measurement and impact reports has a great place when we are applying for the grants of the European Union and like award applications. Also, like this will help us in terms of like having the impact-oriented data for corporate relations. Other than that, we can also like redefine these teams ER, data. And other than that, it increases our brand value and awareness. We can like with the realization we can always kind of assess and reorganize our structure as well. And finally, most importantly, it promises a better and like more inclusive, socially and environmentally responsible environment for students. And coming to the question of how. So right now, me and 7 engineers are on board with that project, and so we will be needing some guidance, we will be needing some consultancy, we are in touch with the IMK Foundation, but other than that, if any one of you is interested in the topics of sustainability and impact measurement and management, we would love to have you on board with us, with your guidance, with your consultancy. Other than that, alright, we need your cooperation because we will be sending out like surveys and we will be doing some interviews with you guys to understand how we are impacting you. So when you see a survey, please fill it out. We need your cooperation so much. And other than that, yeah, if you are interested in the project and it is like fancy for you, or would you like to be involved, so please reach out to us because we need you in our team, we need you to be filling out, we need you to fill out our forms, and yeah. So actually the framework we will be using while we are trying to measure the esteem's impact is the one from the Actionable Impact Management Framework by SOPAT. And yeah, these are the steps. Actually, like I wanted to mention that there is no like 100% suitable and working impact measurement framework for like any company or any NGO, so we will be improvising on the day as well. And like finally, like please do not hesitate to contact me on my mobile phone or by email about your questions, thoughts, or like recommendations. And thank you for your attention. We would love to see you contributing to our projects in sometime soon.
Questions to the previous two presentations, please stand up, and we are starting with Ankara.
Ankara?
Wilkins? Is there a microphone somewhere? Oh, you have one job.
Just for clarification, I'm not a delegate today. But my question for Ahmet is, what do you think about the vote of intention today?
What I think about, like, I'm sorry.
The vote of intention that we proposed. Sorry.
About the ST magazine, right? Yes. So, I love the idea and it will be beneficial for us, but we also have the STEM culture and it is not like a 1 and 0 situation, so like there are many factors involving, and at the end I would be fine with the motion, like vote of intention.
Yeah, the question should be related to the presentation, so Max?
Max from LXIII, thank you for the presentation, I really loved it. I'm curious about your opinion, because you're talking about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, but how would you see STEAM in that perspective? So how sustainable responsible do you think STEAM is, and which goals can still be achieved?
So how do I see STEAM moving in the SDGs is, so like there are 17 SDGs and they are really like comprehensive and inclusive. I'm using the word inclusive so much actually. So like we can, so what STEAM has impact on is mainly on social and environmental topics. So like on social topics, we can ensure like gender equality. I don't know, like on the other side we have like sustainable infrastructures and quality education. And so we have we have done many working groups on topics like how can we as STEAM can contribute to the SDGs. So these are the thoughts that are coming to my mind right now, but I would say we can align ourselves like pretty much with the SDGs very well, if that answers your question. If you would like to more elaboration.
Okay, yeah,
well, you answered it pretty well, but still I'm curious, like, if there was one SDG, one goal that you would like to see developed in the STEAM, which one would it be?
Okay, I don't have anything here, but if I'm not mistaken, SDG 17 is like collaboration, is related to the collaboration with cooperation with stakeholders and NGOs, but not NGOs, like cooperation. So I think we can like collaborate and kind of support other NGOs. Also, like we can work with NGOs to also influence them, to like advocate them with our opinions, and we can also like gather, I don't know, useful information from them. So the 17, I would say SDG 17.
Still, you already get great answers. I'm already happy, so thanks very much.
We have to stop the question, and now maybe you can approach him in the break to get to the clarification. So, yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. And before moving on to the next achievement, I have a lot of flags behind me. And several people sent me a lot of name tags during the night, so we will do punishments. And now pay attention, we have Moscow, Eindhoven, Greece, Blanca from Sevilla, Robert from Berlin, Auguste from Waterloo, Rob Weiler from Cambridge, I think das hier sind alle gleich, Carmen from Sevilla, Sumaya from Liège, the entire Croatia, Madrid, Gothenburg, Ahmed from Waterloo, Trondheim, Belgrade, Lisbon, Liège, Jude from IQ, Brussels and Finland.
İnsanlar kalkmışken ben de kalktım.
Ne zaman boş olursa. Ben dinleye kadar bir açmaya da.
And we also have issues from public. Yes, so you spin the wheel again. I don't. Mike, really take the portable one. It's easier.
I can take it. Guys, basically we need to pick it up and then do the like one person needs to be the horse and one person needs to be on top of the horse. So you need to walk around this way. Guys, please start the beginning and then start from the beginning of the stage. Pair up there. Can someone show how to do it? No. We're gonna start from here to there. Can someone show up how to do it? Benny, show us. After international night, guys, what can you do now? Okay, who wants to show, who knows how to do and who has a pair? We need someone for all. Yes, watch them. Yes, going like this. yes, exactly. Can we do? You can. You can take your seats. It's over, thank you. Don't forget to take your flags and name tags.
Okay.
So that
Yeah, just one return flags. Well, yet I have a small announcement. Dan lost his shoe yesterday night. I don't know how, but he's missing a shoe, as you can see. If somebody has 3 shoes on filming, then yes. I don't have that.
Go to the Jellyfish Museum.
We're missing still Blanca's name tag. Yeah, I just received the picture. So whoever sent me the picture, please return the name tag to Blanca.
Sugar.
So we continue with the next achievement in the team, which is WordPress and Portal, and I ask David and Tamara on the stage. Guys, can you please sit down? Also people in the back and everyone. Yeah, and also please wear your face masks.
Hello guys, how are you? Good, cool. Before starting, as you may know, we leaders have a name of our generation. It's called as Teamers. So I want everybody to say Teamers when I say us. Okay, so us, Teamers. Us, Teamers. Us, Teamers. Us. Okay, now we can start. So today we will tell you something about Portal and WordPress. Here's the little agenda. First we will explain the difference. Then we will tell you why the portal wasn't enough, so we had to implement the WordPress as well. And after that we will explain how are we going to proceed with transition. So the difference. The first one is responsible entity, but when I say responsible entity, I mean responsible for the content, because for the infrastructure of it, the responsible entity is ITC. So the ITC guys make sure that everything keeps working, and for the WordPress content, the responsible entity is KFC. And because I know that most of you are not aware that we at this moment have both WordPress and Portal, you can tell the difference by domain name. So for the WordPress, it's internal.testing.org. And for the portal is just sting.org. So, why was the portal not good enough? Thing is, we find a few problems with that.
Please stay on the side of the stage so that people can see you in the live stream.
Thank you. Sorry. So yeah, we have found some problems. I think it's coding requires time. So for maintaining the portal and doing changes that will fill a Steam necessity, we couldn't do that in Portal. Yeah, also we have some usability problems, those kind of stuff. Also, new Portal is good, but for example, the old Portal was zero user experience friendly, and all that will be solved with WordPress. Because also, if we want to create content, we can do that really fast with WordPress and not in the portal. Yes, easy with that. Okay, transition. So why are we changing to WordPress? We already said that, but what is going to be at the end? Why are we going to keep the portal and also have WordPress? Thing is, we also need portal because for applying to the event, for have your profiles and everything that's require a personalized infrastructure, we need the portal. But for the rest of the stuff like contents, council meeting, departments, information, structure, everything can be done on WordPress. So in the future, I hope near future, we are also going to change domain names. So in the future, the WordPress will be sting.org, and the portal, I don't know, will be something like portal.sting.org or something like that. So that's basically everything. If you have any question, please ask.
So, any questions? And Sasha is back here.
First of all, I wanted to mention that we are having a bullshit bingo without my name inside of it. So it would be really great thing if somebody could fix it. Second of all, now come back to serious topics. Will there be an email address implemented so I can text all my members of my local group on the portal so I can fix it? We had the discussion privately.
Okay, it's like regarding many servers, we like when we close the portal, we will have like all Gmail normally, so that will be work as you just register. So I think that yes, you can basically send automatically mails to your people.
Thank you.
But then,
And
yeah,
that
we
will
watch it. We go to our punishment responsible.
Okay, hey, Alexandre, Group Beyond. I have a question regarding WordPress. Right now, at the moment we're talking, we can access like every document, like every internal document that WordPress can by Googling it. For example, I can Google estimate open goals and find all the documents related to internal positions. So is there a possibility to fix this? Like, for example, we implement single sign-on on WordPress?
Can you clarify a bit, please?
Okay. Is there a possibility to not having all the internal documents invested publicly on the internet, on the WordPress?
I think you need to rephrase the question again.
Okay, is it a possibility not to have all the internal documents publicly on the internet, on WordPress?
Okay, but that's why like every single page that's currently on WordPress is can be you can find it only by going to the portal and it's linked there.
If you want, I would say that Lukas would outside because he's like our IT guy. There's a technical question in the back. Yes. Yeah. Let's do this one first.
The bullshit linguistic.
I think it was not that relevant. Lukas.
Yes, Lukas Fischer, LXIII now. I'm not sure if I'm like, allowed to comment on that and answer that.
Yeah, answer.
Okay, yeah, well, basically, I guess right now everything on the WordPress is basically public, just not really linked anywhere. But I think the SSO is already implemented for WordPress, but only like for people editing it. But as far as I know, we can also like have to make pages private, and then you can have private pages documents, yes.
Right, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're already done with the question time because we had a very short time left for that. So please ask your question on kitchen or in the lunch break or in the coffee break or onwards. Thank you for your presentation. And I keep this agenda point 62 open because we will continue with more achievements in this team after the coffee break. But now we have to reopen an agenda point where everybody's waiting for it. I reopen agenda point 58, applications for the next council meeting in 1 year. And before that, Luis and Merle, please keep 1 seat distance.
Hey, okay, it's working. Okay, hello everyone, one more time. My name is Marina Matvicheva from LXIII, and it's Sofia, also a member of LXIII, and we're gonna present our application for hosting CM in 1 year in Kiev. you can see our agenda, the topics that we're going to cover today. Kyiv overview, Ukraine overview, university, budget, accommodations, and possible activities in Kyiv. Kyiv overview. As far as you can see from the photos, we have like a really strong local group with a lot of active members and newbies. Like this year, we recruited more than 40 like active newbies, and we have like really strong alumni community that support us in having the CEM. We organized a lot of like different events. Of course, they weren't so big as CEM, but now I feel that we are strong enough to do it. And to be honest, like CEM in Kyiv, it was like a really huge dream for our local group, because like next year it will be like 10 years of existing of our local group. So we think that it's a perfect year to make CEM in Kyiv. And we're ready to get the challenge and organize it. About Ukraine, I hope you all know about our delicious cuisine, interesting traditions, and yeah, it's going to be in Kyiv. Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine, really beautiful city with a lot of like nice architecture and places to visit. And it's super easy to travel to Ukraine because you don't need visa. Maybe some countries need invitation, but of course we can provide it. And here you can see like the maps with Wizz Air and Ryanair, so you know, it's super easy and low cost flying there, so you can go. And here you can see the prices in Kyiv. So both like it's really much cheaper than Spain. So yeah, you can see, and we can go. It's our university. That's really super beautiful place with like Harry Potter vibes. It's our like main building of the university, but we have super big campus. Like all the buildings are in one place, and we have really nice fun student culture. Sonia will tell you about this later, and I pass the word to Sofia.
So, for the GA room, we were thinking about the first options that will be main concert hall at the university, but it may be too big, because it can fit around 1,000 people. We also thought about the second option. We have a lecture hall which can fit around 300, maybe 300 people. It's also in the main building of the university with all those Harry Potter vibes. It's a very nice atmosphere there. And if it won't work, yeah, like we always have, third option. Yeah, it's a joke. For the accommodations, at university, we have a new dormitory, so maybe it will be possible to host people there, but we're not sure. And if it won't work, we have an option with a hostel. We have many of them in Kyiv at the city center and also next to the university. So that shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, let's go to the parties and activities. Kyiv is very famous for this. And we were thinking about a steam rave. It can be really nice because we have many places where we can organize it. And also we thought about a little bit special gala dinner. Yeah, it will be a gala dinner. It may have a really nice name, Galapnik. I hope that if you will attend it, you will never forget about it. And regarding the budget, it's really approximate right now because, to be honest, it's hard with the sponsorship. Approaching companies might be a little bit difficult. We're sure that the stationery and maybe some name tags, it won't be a problem. We have a sustainable partnership with some print centers. But for other parts, yeah, like approximately we calculated the participation fee can be around 85 euros, but we are not sure because we don't know all the costs for now. And that's just realistic, optimistic, without sponsorship. We also have two other options of budget. If we will get sponsorship of 3 or 4,000 euros, yeah, participation fee can decrease. If you will pay 670, you can get a beer or whatever for free. That's a really famous beer. And like pessimistic, we think that it won't happen, but we just decided to include it just in case. Also, we have the list of companies with which we were working for a while. So, Credit Bank, for example, Amsterdam, KPMG, and some other companies, we will try to approach them because we know them for quite a long time. And also, we have alumni who are working at LXIII, Ubisoft, and Kickstarter, so those companies are quite big. Yeah, so if you have questions, just feel free to ask.
Okay, before proceeding to the questions, are there any more applicants for this year? So many people are standing. Darmstadt, could you tell me that you want to apply or? Okay, seems not to be the case. Alex, do you want to apply for the CM or ask a question?
I got a question.
No. Why are you standing? Do you want to apply for a CM? Okay. Then sit down. Okay. Then, since we know more applicants, then we will proceed to the questions. So if you have a question, please stand up. And we are starting with Maria, where? Microphone closer to the mouth.
Yes, hi, Gert. First of all, thank you so much for applying for this year. I'm very excited about it. I just wanted to ask, in general, how did you decide to apply for something? And do you feel like it's going to be difficult for you?
Okay, I think I can answer, Sophia. So, the thing is, at first it was a little bit like spontaneous decision. We didn't think that we were going to apply. But the thing is, we saw that no one applies, and then we just asked our local group, and also we got huge alumni support who helped us with the presentation, with kind of this parties, activities which we can include there. So we guess it won't be a problem for us to organize it, because we have a really good and motivated local group and also alumni community.
Right.
Hi, my name is Rotoji. Yeah, thank you so much. This is amazing, like seeing the rising star here presenting the council meeting application. About the CR, I'm pretty sure we can investigate also on the lobby group whether we can support in CR matters a little bit, and I would like to invite everyone of the other lobby groups to also investigate a little bit on that. My question is about the accommodation. Do you think there's the possibility to have accommodation in like one of the hostels for all the participants, or will you be like, is it a necessity to split it up? As far as I remember my short Kiev experience, the hostels were more or less a little small.
Yeah, it's really dependent, Marina. It's really dependent on the number of participants, because we still don't know like how many people are going to visit, like 1 delegate or 2. It makes sense. But if not, like in the city center, we have a lot of hostels that are really close to each other. So like it may cause some logistic problems, but they are super close. So I hope that no.
Okay, Bucharest.
Hi, thank you. I'm Anna Bucharest. My question is, what's the plan if you don't have enough sponsors as companies? Can your university help you? Do you think a STEAM board is going to help you? What's the plan?
Yeah, actually, as a budget, you saw it's quite like realistic, optimistic. We know that if we will approach, for example, like print centers, we will get for free stationery, some other stuff. So, like pessimistic one, it's not really a case. We just, as I told, we just included. So, the most realistic case scenario is here, and as you can see, we don't have any like money support.
Okay, the first question behind. And Sasha, can you please ready your face mask?
Ozan from thanks for the presentation. I hope you will be good. They will pay you Kiev currency. And it's makes too small amount of money. How do you manage this?
Do you mean that if we will get some money from the companies, they will be in our currency, and that can be a problem for us? Yeah, it can be a problem. We don't expect to have like really huge support, as we mentioned. In the optimistic case scenario, we get like maybe 3,000 or 4,000. No, it's like 30 right now. So actually, it's dropping down a bit. So that shouldn't be a problem.
Alright, then Sasha.
I highly appreciate the presentation that you're going and trying to run for a council meeting, and I love the way that you're trying to aim high. So considering your Galatni, or Gopnik Gala dinner, I would highly appreciate if you could add to your possible partners Adidas. So everybody could get an Adidas tracksuit. So please keep that in mind. It's just some feedback from me. Please do. Everybody should get a Gala Gopnik. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestion.
Alright, I guess there's more than one comment. Are there any more questions? This seems not to be the case, and thank you for your presentation. So you probably know that this year in the next voting session we need to vote on the discharge of the previous board, and I quickly want to explain to you what discharge means. So first of all, we're going to the meaning of the discharge, then the conditions for discharging the board, then I will explain the procedure, and yeah, some stuff to keep in mind. So what does discharge mean? It means that the previous board is no longer responsible for actions they were taking during their mandate. The General Assembly agrees that the board fulfilled their duties and responsibilities in a reasonable way, but if the board lied to us, for example, or kept information from us, then it could be still possible to be held responsible. But yeah, we would need to, for example, prove that they kept information from us. So, what are the conditions for discharge? First of all, the adoption of the annual accounts. For that, we had the financial controllers who presented their opinion on the budget. Then, then this is more your personal, what do you think that the board fulfilled their duties in a fair and reasonable way? And for that, we have the annual report, which has been presented yesterday. Then we have the minutes of the previous council meeting, which has been voted upon. So this point is fine because you accepted the minutes. And last point, other knowledge. So how is it working? So we will have to vote on the dischargement of the previous board. If you vote yes, then the board is not legally responsible for their board year anymore. So basically, we agreed that they fulfilled all their duties in a reasonable way. If we vote no, then this means that the board has to take care of the reason why you voted for no. So to not discharge the board, you need a specific reason. So it could be, okay, this was not legal, so they need to take care of it. And then, the board will take care of things why they haven't been discharged, and then we will vote on again on the discharge of the board. What's to be kept in mind? It is important to vote yes if the board fulfilled their duties in a fair and reasonable way. Not discharging the board without good reasoning is actually illegal. So you need to have good reasoning to not discharge the board. So there need to be specific topics they didn't cover in a legal and reasonable way. However, I don't want to pressure you at this point, just to be taken in mind. So if you have the opinion that the previous board didn't fulfill their duties in a fair and reasonable way, of course you can vote for you can vote no in the election. But this is to be kept in mind. There need to be reasons for that. So it's illegal to vote no if you don't have a reasoning for that. Are there any questions regarding this topic? Max.
Max, sorry, maybe more clarification than actual question, because we're talking about when the board doesn't clarify some information. I think the main point of the discharge is like, if they have points they didn't fill, they didn't do, or they have really important stuff they fucked up, you still want them to solve it. That's when you don't discharge them. If they're still fine and did everything they're supposed to do, then you will discharge them. And just to clarify a bit, it's about this information, it's also more about the actual duties of the board. This board already did a really good job, so I don't see a point for having it. But just to clarify, it's also about not failing your duties, not taking the responsibility you have for discharge.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. Any more comments, questions, or clarifications? Lucas?
Lucas Fischer, LXIII. You said the board will not be legally responsible for the board year anymore. Is this about everything they did, or like just what they actually presented to us here, or how does it work?
Yeah, so they are, if you would like to explain it, then feel free to do it.
I understand. We can still have, like in the future, 3 years later, that if Dutch government or Dutch authorities realizes something, they can still research about it and will legally still be charged. But according to the council and ST, we will be fully done with our petitions, and we will not be responsible from anything we did afterwards. So technically, Netherlands can, but not the council kind of situation.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. Any more comments, questions? This seems not to be the case, so then I will turn back to my seat. Explanation of the discharge of the Translators Board. And now the Weekly of Finance and financial controllers want to have a short explanation, short budget clarification. So I ask the financial controllers and Celine to come on the stage.
Okay. Hello, again it's me and Nigels. Yesterday Sarhat made a point about saying that he is not going to have a coordination meeting, but he still thinks strategic meetings of the leaders should be supported, and we are in favor of that. Where is it? So to make the change accordingly, we met with former Vice President of Finances, Board, and MCs yesterday night and made some changes with the current in the budget that you will vote upon. It will be coordination meeting or college. Also, Grand Task Group and External Relations Summit that ambassadors and Grand Task Group leaders are joining will be added. So, final situation will look like support activities will be 2,150 from 2,000, and the overview will be in this way. And elaboration will change accordingly.
Okay, this was it with the presentation, I guess. Okay. Are there any questions? We will start with Anka Rabelkent.
Just a clarification about what I said. I didn't say I won't have a coordination meeting. I said if I will have a coordination.
Okay, then let's go to Luis first.
Thanks a lot, Sally. Luis, in Milan. Would you mind going back? Would you mind going back to slides, especially regarding the old budget and the new budget with the new allocation of grants? Go back to slides, please.
Can you repeat it?
I didn't ask the question yet, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Alright, never mind. Alright, the question clarified. Thank you.
Alright, thank you. Then Max.
Max LXIII. I totally agree with the purpose to support every year, but still, what will you do in the grants column? Like, basically, are there any specific sessions? Like,
Grants coordination meeting will happen online, and in the coordination meeting this year, yeah, it's up to grants leader what is going to happen, but some part of it will be the writing grants application, and the rest will be improvement of the grants. Today, this year we have focus on knowledge management and awards as well. So
there may be to specify that it's feeling that there's that much to do, so grants is focused on getting money from certain partners, certain stakeholders. It's something you can do however you like. Do you need a full corporate? I'm not sure. Maybe the grants leader.
Okay, thanks. To answer the question about the budgets, like the budget part, what they're saying is if there's a comp organized and it's offline and they think it has value to have it offline, then the leader can get the money reimbursed. Otherwise, if the leader attends college, the leader can get the money reimbursed for that, and otherwise there won't be spent any money on it.
Yeah, I agree on that. It's not there from the leader what you should do in the group. That's all.
Okay, there's a technical question at the back. Please speak to the microphone. Can you please bring the microphone there?
Sorry, I wasn't. My bad. Someone was.
Over there.
Now that you're also adding money into the budget proposal, you're changing the budget proposal. This needs to be approved by the council so we can have those changed. Like to add 100 euros. Yeah, maybe to also give you the explanation about it. We have now the federal regulations and the points that the final budget proposal needs to be sent out 7 days before the General Assembly starts. Now that we are changing the budget proposal after this deadline, we are having a different proposal or a different final proposal. So we have to somehow overrule this internal regulation.
No, this is the motion. The final budget can be presented by the board as an agenda point, and then we vote on that.
Yeah,
we're voting on a different budget that's sent out but because they have the agenda point, they're presenting the final budget. It's already overall.
Yeah, but the board also needs to stick into internal regulation, and there it's clearly stated that 7 days before the general assembly, the final budget proposal needs to be sent out. Now it wasn't the final budget proposal, but this is the final budget proposal.
Okay, so what do you actually propose now?
To make a motion to change the entry. Is it quite clear to do it?
Can you also please refer to the internal regulation article that we have to read, because then it's gonna be, let's see. Like,
yeah, I need to check it out.
Okay, please check it out then.
Okay, then we will.
I don't have it. My reason was I believe it's written that with the approval of FC and the board proposal can be changed during this year.
Okay, we will now proceed in the following way. We will start the next agenda point at this time. You are figuring out together what to do, and then we are coming back to that. So yeah, please be somewhere in front. And yeah, I keep this agenda point, so don't keep it open. But I open already the next agenda point, which is 64, voting procedure. Yes, you can use the stage. This time you figure out together what to do, and then we start again.
Can you come to the stage?
So, hi again guys. We are presenting you how to vote in ST. Yes, okay. So, we will be voting during the coffee break, and please pay attention because now the voting is really important, especially this voting session, so please be awake. So, the voting will be proceeded online by the LXIII. You will receive an email with the voting sheets. If you are proxy in LG, then you will receive an extra email. Guests and observers local groups cannot vote. So, how to vote on yes or no questions? You have to select an option. So, if you want to show your indifference, you must select the abstain. So this one is not right because none of the options are selected. You have to actually do it this way.
Okay, so how to vote on candidates? You will get the list with candidates. Also, there will be you have to rank all the possibilities, and in the forums about the topic can be shown by linking the vote form. For example, here we have 3 candidates. Also, the option read open nomination will be included as well. And now we can see the example, the wrong one. You have to also for project and voting for project and service leaders, you will have one additional option, and that is do not start or continue the project or service. And the counting procedure, how do we count votes? We see is there some candidate who has a majority. If there is no candidate who has a majority, then the candidate who has the least votes get eliminated, then we check again, and if there is someone with majority, he's like winner.
Okay, so here are the things that actually have to get 50% of the votes to be accepted, and here is the topics that need the 2/3 of the vote casts. So the voting will be in a coffee break, and we will have 30 minutes to do it. So, do you have any questions?
So, any questions regarding the voting procedure? not to be the case. Then I will close agenda point 64 of the procedure. And we move on to the previous point, so Mary will tell us stuff.
My first conclusion, as you can imagine, we completely agree on one point. The thing is, according to the IR, it's not clearly stated that a board cannot make adjustments towards it. But for the clarity, Arthur wants to have a voting to be able to do that. Up to you, but legally it's not written.
Okay, so then I think it's up to who?
Yeah, I personally disagree. Like in the internal regulations, we have the budgets defined in two ways. So the draft of the budget has to be sent out 28 days, and then afterwards the budget has to be sent out 7 days. So to me, it's defined in the budget proposal that needs to be sent out 7 days ahead prior to the January 17th.
Yes, Silly.
Arthur, if you would like to raise a motion, how much time do you need?
Okay, then yes,
a few minutes, not long.
Okay.
My reason was just do it with open voting and propose it towards the board that you want to change your budget proposal.
That's brilliant.
Just an open voting.
Yeah, thanks for that. Are there any more questions to it? Okay, then figure out the stage, please. I will be the voting committee here, so you can go to the stage, and the voting committee also needs to come on the stage. So you're basically now making a motion to the proposal to the public. Okay, fine. Did anybody of the delegate understand what's going to happen now? If not, please ask now.
Now, as the board, we are making a proposal on making the change on the budget I just showed you. So the change will be elaboration on the budget will change and it will include college. Also, leader support will was just for the coordination meetings of the budget. Now it will be for either coordination meeting or esteemed college. Support activities will increase 150 euros.
There's a technical there again.
Okay, just to be clear, you are going to be voting on that the board can present the adjustment. So they make it, they're not voting on the actual adjustment.
Okay. Did all any delegates understood what's happened, or what's going to happen now?
No.
No? Okay, can we have another clarification then? If you want, and we can do it.
She's proposing to be able to change her proposal. Now you need to say yes or no. So if you say yes, she can make this proposal to you. If not, she cannot make this proposal to the council.
I understand.
Okay, please don't yell into the GA, as always. And one question over there.
So, Luis was important. So, we are not voting to accept the proposal, we're just voting to say if the proposal can be made. Is that?
Yes. Are there any more questions? Luis, Arthur, do you have a question or are you standing for something?
Luis Elgin Milan. So, excuse me, we're proposing, then getting back to the council, and then we'll be voting on. Do I understand correctly? Great, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or did anybody? Okay, I'm gonna make it.
Just to understand, because I'm confused about one thing. If we are doing this because it's against IR to just propose the budget, will this vote overrule the IR? Okay.
Yes. If you want to answer.
Yes. It's hard to hear from you.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, this is not the case. What week is on stage already. So we are voting up on to overrule the IRs to make the weaker fine somewhat possible to adjust these adjustments inside their budget. If you agree to them, please raise the green sheet. If you are staying in the yellow sheet, if you disagree, the red sheet. And always hold them very high, and if you have two voting sheets, then hold them up with two hands. And never place voting sheets behind each other, so for example, you just hold on one second. Yes?
Okay, so I think it's clear that the proposal is accepted.
Okay, thank you very much. Then, technical again. Okay, Merle.
My name is Tom Wilson. Now, Sally, can you make your proposal, please?
Yes.
Do I need to make, okay, I will do this. I just didn't want to take your time. Okay, so yesterday we decided to change the coordination meeting support to either coordination meeting or college support, and also added the support for advanced task group coordination meeting or college, and external relations summit that ambassadors are joining. So support to activities will be increased 150 euros more, and the overview is going to be profit loss 4,477 euros. Okay.
Alright, are there any more questions to the actual proposal? This seems not to be the case, then thank you for your presentation. So, what's going to happen now? We just had the explanation of the voting procedure. Now we have the budget with the changes which Celine just presented. And you want to... Okay. And yeah, we are now having the voting procedure inside the coffee break, same as last time. And yeah, we will now explain you how this is going to work out, I guess. Why are you staying there? Like, what do you want to say? Okay. Okay. So, same as the previous times, we will have a countdown on the screen, and you will receive the voting sheets via your email address you provided to us. If you have any more technical issues with the voting, then just approach us as you want. The coffee break will take half an hour, so you have half an hour to make your votes. As I mentioned before, feel free to discuss your voting decision inside your LGs, but during voting sessions, don't try to pressure other LGs to make their voting while they have their voting sheets in their hand, because it's a blind vote. And yes, when the countdown ends, then we are also continuing the meeting. There's one more. Please sit down. Sit down.
As another announcement, you will receive the magazines right now during the coffee break, so you can find the magazines also in the coffee break area. And it's, as we discussed, it's really important for you to take the magazines so that we don't waste what we printed already, okay? And the delegates should take them. If you have more people from your local group, of course, take them together and don't leave any magazine copies behind, please. Thank you.
All right. There are still people standing, so please find your seats. We are running late. Okay, you can raise the motion with another G8 more if you want. Okay guys, please find your seats. There's no one seat distance, Carmen and yeah, girls. Okay. I keep find the seats in the back also, please. Regional coordinators. Okay, I keep the agenda point 65 voting session 3 open for now because there was a problem with voting sheets, as you might have recognized. It's kind of a flashback. And to fix that, we have a motion from the board. Please be quiet and put on your mask with a mouth and nose. Did you try turning it on and off again?
In the previous break and voting sheets, as you realize, there was a mistake in the CM application, wording of the CM application, but we have enough voting to still keep the voting session valid. We have 90% of the local groups who voted, and instead of sending another voting sheet and doing the elections again, we are raising a motion to make the change in the voting sheets.
Questions are afterwards. You need to have mic. Can we have microphone to Evelyn, please? And the rest, please be quiet.
Okay, Eveline Altijn, perfect. I came to you and said there was a mistake. That the mistake in the voting sheet was that on council meetings we vote with 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, or whatever, and it was only one choice option. So we have to do the voting anyway. No motion can change this. Voting isn't valid. You know what I mean? You could only pick one option from CM application, and we should have had multiple options. So the voting wasn't valid, and the motion about the name won't change.
Okay, please check that.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, thanks for the comment. The board agreed to this opinion. So we will proceed in the following way. We will we will keep the voting session open and do a new voting in the lunch break with new voting sheets. And there's another technical for Mary.
It just needs to be the council meeting. We don't need to cancel the voting session in this case. It's just going to be the council meeting voting again, but the rest can be kept because that's the only mistake. So you don't need to cancel the voting session. You will be having a new one. Just which council meeting fall 2022? Yes, no, I'm saying, yep.
So you didn't, okay. So all of the other votings stay in place, and we will just vote on the council meeting, autumn 2022, and we do this in the lunch break. Therefore, I will keep the agenda point 65 voting session open, and we also. And before going back to the achievements in esteem, we have a motion from Luis.
Hello? Well, perfect. Thank you, everybody. Hi, I hope you're all doing fine, and I hope you have a great coffee break. And delegates, please pick up your magazines if you haven't already. As you know, I'm Luis, I'm from LXIII, and I have a motion to the chairman. He's going to love this. So, the background of this motion is quite simple, and I really want to try to keep it simple today, as we have a lot of stuff going on. First off, it's the last day of GA. Second off, we need to show some esteemed spirit, seeing exactly as the alumni are here as well present. And, he just doesn't want to hold back his inner bird anymore. So, what I'm proposing is the chairman shall sing a snippet of every different song provided by the council on Pigeonhole with every opening of an agenda point. So, what are the scenarios on this? If this gets accepted, or if it gets denied, actually, it's going to be a serious day, no fun. And if it's going to be accepted, we have a great day, loads of fun, and especially, delegates. So either we have a tribute kill or an order kill. And in order to provide the suggestions for these different kind of snippets from the songs, I've actually created a Pigeonhole FMA Q&A, so you can suggest different songs, vote upon them, and will pick them up one by one. So that's all already in motion. I hope there are no clarification questions.
Okay, I think the content is very clear. Are there any questions, or is it clear? Seems to be clear. Then I ask yes, there's a question from Bucharest.
Andrada Chiaruzzo, Bucharest. The QR code cannot be scanned because it's orange. Who does it orange?
Luis.
The culture development department does everything orange, so yeah. I'll provide that. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. One thing about how to use Pigeonhole, please leave the questions as comments. So we have like one single point of this, like the song announcement, it's like Pigeonhole, and from this point we have to as comments.
There's a different Pigeonhole.
It's a different Pigeonhole. Right.
So you will have, when you open your Pigeonhole app, you will have the actual Q&A for the council, which I urge you to use. And then you have a second Q&A, which is just for Kelsey. There you can just put in as a question separately all your different comments, and then you can actually vote upon that.
Alright, perfect. Any more questions regarding this motion? This seems not to be the case, then voting committee, please come on the stage. And as always, you have to raise your green sheets if you accept the motion, raise the red sheets if you reject the motion, and yellow sheets if you are staying. So please raise your sheets now, very high, and if you are voting for two low groups, raise two voting sheets with two different hands. Yeah, it's very unclear, I guess. Maybe we can't.
Yeah, super clear. So I think the motion is accepted.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'll provide the link on the calendar.
Luis, can you maybe facilitate the Pigeonhole a little bit and just send me the songs I'm going to sing? Because I have already too many tabs open. Okay. Happily, the next agenda point is already open, which is achievements in the team. So I asked the language community to come on the stage.
Hey, welcome. I already mentioned this before in our ID presentation as well. I'm kind of tired right now. Okay, so we have a new offering. As language program has many offerings, we have one more, and it's language community. So probably you haven't heard of it somewhere in Ilium or in the posts that we have. So what is it? It was like, how many of you are currently learning a language? Just raise your hand. Yeah, okay, so the aim is to connect these people who raise their hands together and then in a Discord channel and help them to have some kind of connection between them, and like you will share the materials you have, the songs, the movies, or you can have a chat with each other there and practice the language with the other language learners. And the other aim is to connect each of the language learners inside the community and then have a target group. So, yeah. And you can check the post on Ilya. Like there is a very detailed description that I should have posted there, our lovely secretary. And so, yeah, what's the aim? First of all, connecting each of the language learners inside the community. And the other one is creating a friendly environment in which people can practice the language as the way that they want. The other one is keeping the materials in one place. So, like, whenever you found some kind of link which is very useful, you will put it there and people will be able to get it. And the other one is just like have fun, learn language. And so we also have language nights, and Pasha is the language speaker responsible, so is the language section responsible, and actually is language community responsible. And they are creating some kind of language nights, which will be containing games, speaking clubs, movie nights, and like such kind of stuff. So only the language community members will be able to attend to these gatherings, so I highly recommend you to go to the ST bio and join the language community Discord channel. So this is what the channel looks like. This is the Russian page because Russian guys actually love sending song suggestions there. So we have each language on the left panel, each language which is spoken in ST, so there's no like other languages. And under each channel, there are some separate channels for chat practice, ask natives, which you can ask the natives some questions about the language, and learning materials, movie, series, song suggestions, and speaking channel, which you can actually meet with your friend whenever you want and go there and speak. So you can scan the QR code to join if you wish. I will just wait like 5 seconds if anybody wants to. And when you join, I will, there is like a clear explanation when you join how to get active there. So you need to first check the GDPR box, and then you get access to the other channels. And the other channels, there is language roles, which you pick the flag of the language that you want to learn, and you will be able to see only that language. So when you get to the channel, first you will see nothing, and then you will choose the language, and then you will see that channel. So I think everybody's scanned. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Or are you done with the presentation?
What?
You're done with the presentation?
I'm done.
Oh, you're done, sorry. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, perfect. I was not sure because usually you have the question slide and I missed it. Thank you very much. So then we proceed with questions. If you have questions regarding the language community, then please stand up. 4 fingers. 3 fingers.
You skip the QR code for the evening post very quickly, so you know.
Yeah.
Alright, then next question is from Brussels, I guess.
Fernando Reyes at Brussels. Could you just clarify a bit about, like, just say, like, all the people that are learning the language now should, like, gather together? Like, what kind of languages do you provide? I mean, I missed that part. So could you just clarify that, please?
There is each of the languages which is spoken in STEAM in the channel. You can see them. And, for an example, I'm learning French and you are learning French and we want to practice French together and chat sometimes. So we go to the Discord channel and chat there. So the aim is to connect each language learner in the community.
And how many people are there at the moment?
What?
Can you repeat the first question because the secretary didn't get it?
Okay, so the first question was about, like, if you could clarify a bit about the different languages that they provide. And the second question is about how many people are involved at the moment in your community.
How many people are inside the community right now?
Yes.
Around, I shouldn't. I think around 60 or 90 or something like that. 100. Okay.
From the audience, 130. Then we will have one last question from Giuseppe at the back.
Hello, Giuseppe from Calabria. Just a small clarification and then a question. Is this a different Discord than the Steam Discord?
Yes.
Yes, and I'm seeing that more and more. So, first of all, I love the idea. This is how Discord should be used. That's a very great idea. That's how it's supposed to be used to create communities. That being said, I'm seeing that many entities are creating their own Discords, separated from this Steam Discord. And I can see that in the future as a problem with having a lot of Discords, and it is difficult to keep track of them. Have you thought of having that inside the Steam Discord and use the flag system to see if they want to see the language channels? Or would you think about moving it now that it's just in the beginning and it's easier to move everything from a new one to the main one?
Okay, thank you for the input. Actually, we have thought about communication channels such as Telegram as well. But the problem we had was like there are so many channels in ST Discord as well. There are so many channels, and it's already confusing. So it may get more confused, but you're totally right about having so many different Discords. So yeah, this is what we came up with. But if there's any other platform which we can do it like easier, because it was super hard for us to create the channel and create all those stuff. Thanks to that David for that he's here, he did all it. And if there's any other platform that anybody knows, just text me please.
Yeah, I think that Giuseppe meant if you wanted to put it in the Steam server mode.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying that as we agreed that there are many Discords, I was saying if you would consider moving it to the main one. I also agree with you, the main one is full of channels and it's very confusing, but putting some efforts into it to hide those channels using the roles and their reactions, I think you can have a very clean Discord that includes everything, and then whatever streamers join the Discord can decide what to see and what not to see. And this way you have everything in one place, and in a tiny Discord, and you don't have to keep track of all of the others. At the moment we have LXIII, language program, and Nicolina, we were talking before that there are others that now I'm forgetting. But with some efforts it's possible to have everything in a single one. So I would suggest to put some effort into joining them, and I'm also up for helping, because with when I remain the Discord, it's I know it works, so I'm up to help if you want to merge it.
Okay, thanks a lot. I will.
Okay, then thank you very much for this presentation. And I have to remind you just from Darmstadt that you know looking the world out of the mask now you need to close the mouth. We are properly, and we continue with the next achievement in the team, which is the international in the team. And I ask Maria and Elias to come on the stage for that.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria.
Sorry for interrupting you, Darmstadt. I told you before 1 minute to put your nose inside your mask.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria. I'm the University Business Leader. I know that you're probably tired, and I totally understand this, but I urge you to pay attention to these innovation presentations, because they are these presentations that are going to change the development network. So, today we're going to talk about, surprise, surprise, entrepreneurship in STEAM.
Right. And how did we come to talking about this topic? It was basically because we realized, so my name is Elias, and I'm alumni, local in Bremen, and we realized within alumni that there are actually loads of alumni started and run their own companies. Some are smaller, some are bigger, and this is just a short screen of this. And we realized if there are so many of us who have their own companies, how cool would it be to meet and do something together? And this is how it all started. And now we're together with the business.
Alright,
I know that some of you might not be familiar with the concept of entrepreneurship. I divide it into 3 sections. Who? We are talking about entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are people that create their own businesses from scratch. And by doing that, they have a risk of losing money, of course. And what is a startup? It's actually a company, but we are talking about the early stage. And why would someone even consider taking all these kind of risks and going into the field of entrepreneurship? First of all, you 100% follow your passion. So you practically create a company based on what you want to do in your life. Then you're independent, you're flexible, you're your own boss, which is amazing. And you define your income because you don't have someone on top to define it. And as a startup grows, you also grow as a person. So the benefits are double. Yes, we thought it was important to map the journey of a student inside a STEAM that is interested in entrepreneurship and startups. So, first of all, yes, okay, you're a student. Your first contact and your first approach is Business Booster. Business Booster is an entity, provides offerings such as events. So, you come to Business Booster events, you learn about the basic skills of an entrepreneur, what is a business plan, very, very basics. But after that...
Yeah, in the end, the theory is nice, but business is business and you need to get shit done. And basically, we want to help, we are helping companies to grow and to really support each other. And this is what the STP Incubator does. So, finding like the ideas that are in you, and then you refine them through Business Booster, and then when you want to make the idea actually into a company, then we are there to help. So, and now, who in this room is interested in starting their own business? See, I think, yeah, we want you.
Alright, so we have these 2 Business Booster and Incubator, which by the way used to be called Entrepreneur Community. But something is missing in the middle, and it is our innovation, what we want to bring and introduce to you. The Hub, entrepreneur community in one place. So, what is the Hub? Alright, it's practically a page in WordPress, in internal esteem, nothing new. That is going to include and support, facilitate completely the startup process that we mapped before. So, what can it include? It's a draft idea. So, what we thought of, first of all, an idea forum, which people could go and discuss about their ideas, help them mature, and probably find also team members. Then we have Mentors Corner. We are in constant collaboration with the alumni and growing together program. So we will have a list of all these mentors and all these possible contacts, categorize but what they are willing to provide, and people can go directly there, find and get mentored. Of course, useful materials, something like a mini drive, maybe it can be video content, it can be best practice documents, just to facilitate. And last but not least, we as a STEAM Incubator or Business Booster create events. So it would be nice to also have a small newsletter of all the events that are going on at the moment. Yeah. And
yeah, well, time's almost up, so I think you got the concept, you want to start a company, we want to help you, and we will have an organized very soon, and we already have an LinkedIn group you can join, so join the events, join Business Booster and the STEAM Incubator. Thank you.
Before proceeding to questions, alumni in the back, please wear your face mask and 1 seat distance.
You didn't say that song.
Yeah, but I didn't present the agenda point. Yes, but this was not a new agenda point, I wanted it before the break. Martin, 1 seat distance and masks. We are not continuing before you do it. And the mask of our mouth and nose, all of you. Thank you very much. And we have questions from Max.
Hello, Max van Eindhoven. Thanks for the presentation and for the new project with the STEAM incubator. I'm still wondering because you want to start a new project, people want to start startups, but normally you have like a startup budget for that. So can you also advise something to them? How will you help them in that kind of sense? Because you can't make then I'll just.
Yeah, okay, so the problem that exists here right now is there are all these offerings, all this support, but it's not set in one place. So the student does not know where to go exactly to get all this. Yes, there are student events, there are alumni events, but they are all over the place. So as we said here, and because of time we didn't mention it, an organized community is crucial. And of course we're talking about students. We are trying to make it as easy as possible.
Okay, next question back.
Francisca Pinheiros, LG Porto. I actually picked two questions if it's possible for the future. But I will ask you first and then the other. Okay, the first one is I see a lot of value in this of supporting creating new startups, but I was wondering if you are planning to collaborate with CRC to connect the steamers to work in these startups as well.
It's not directly related to this, or you mean in general, or for the entrepreneurship plan?
So I can answer this. So we're actually planning an event, I think with Booster in Berlin, and there the goal was actually that we had startups who also are interested in recruiting. So we wanted to match this. So yes, but not necessarily collaborating with CRC per se, but we are happy to do so.
Just small comment, I think it would be really valuable to add some of these opportunities in the career center. And the other question...
Is it still a comment or a new question now?
Okay, this was a comment and now I'm going to the new question.
No, then we have the next question to Moritz. And this is also going to be the last question. So, you speak.
Moritz, LG Berlin. Great presentation, very nice idea. I think it will bring a lot of value to our network, but I'm a bit biased. Anyhow, this is just a comment. Maybe you can use Helium also for the idea forum. So kind of separate the place where you have the innovative ideas and kind of like I don't want to say spam, but you know the discussions going on in Helium, and then once the idea is like proper, take them to the website and then.
I feel that, for your question, I feel like it's going to be confusing for the students to hop from one platform to another. So I see value in having everything in one place. As I said, for my also to make it easier. I don't know if it answers your question.
Alright, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we proceed to the last achievement in this team, which is the STEAM Hunt.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Alize for the one who hasn't met me yet. And I'm going to present you STEAM Hunt. So we'll basically briefly go through the event concept for the ones who don't know it yet, then go deeper into what will happen in STEAM Hunt 2022, present briefly your team, and then show you how you could contribute personally to the event. So, what is STEAM Hunt? For the one who have never heard about it, let's say that it's a career fair online on a European scale. So, what it is? The goal is to bring students and professionals together so that they can basically discuss around different work-related topics so that students can get better insights on their future career. At the same time, the goal is basically talent recruitment all around Europe for young students. The second edition of the event will be again a 2 days online event. So what will be there if you don't the event? Company presentation, accessible for all students on the main stage, let's say. Then workshops in smaller groups, around 20 people. Students will be able to choose the topics they prefer, and then join the company they prefer. Then alumni career insights, this will be more relaxed discussions, let's say, with different alumni with different careers, so that students can really ask their question without filters. And finally, flash interviews. Same as for the workshops, before the event, students will be able to apply to different offers, different companies with their resumes, and then companies will basically choose the students they want to have their different interviews. So this is for the basics. Then, estimate 2022. So for the ones who already joined last year, the event concept will be pretty similar to last year. It will again take place during 2 days, normally at the beginning of April 2022, with the most probable date being the 7th and 8th of April, so keep it in your agenda. And then for the small changes, let's say, last year was the first edition, so of course we received a lot of feedbacks and we are still gathering a lot of feedbacks and we are working upon them. So the idea is to hear a bit more of networking opportunities. That's why, additionally to the things I present in the previous slides, we want to add in the event a proper career fair, making the companies in breakout rooms, with students being able to come there and just have a discussion, not just asking questions at the end of the presentation. And then we want to have a bigger focus on sustainability. So of course, the goal is to have companies from a lot of different domains and stuff like that, but it would be great if we can also have other NGOs, other types of companies focused maybe on social innovation, so that students can actually understand that it's possible to aim for a career in which they can work for the good. So, this is the plan. Now what's next? We'll keep working on the different feedbacks of students to create a proper and detailed agenda that will bring the best value possible to everyone. Then, in the meantime, we need to focus on sales as soon as possible, because of course, this event is nothing without the companies. But we are 6 months before the event, so I believe we still have the right amount of time to find the most valuable partners as possible. Then we need to benchmark platforms to make the flow of the event very smooth. And finally, we need to keep recruiting to have a great motivated team to work on that. So speaking about the team, here is who we are right now. So Selina's board responsible, Ogo's as CR responsible, and myself as the project leader. But of course, for this event, we need a lot of contacts and we need a proper team behind it. So if you want to actually really contribute to it, feel free to approach me. We need PR and CR team members, and then if you just want to contribute by providing feedback, which is really important, please just scan this QR code. I will also send it to the channel later. It's just a form so that you can give your ideas and give your feedbacks on the previous edition if you were there, so that we can create the best agenda. That's it. Thanks.
If you have any questions, please step now and we start with Robin.
Hello, Robin from Berlin. I have a question specifically more about the last part. You were saying that you will look at student feedback, which is great. And I'm wondering, how is the company feedback, and perhaps were there success stories in the last esteem hunt of someone actually getting into one of those companies? So what is the feedback from the companies? Has that been explored? And how has it been?
Okay, so as far as I know, for the successful stories, some students have been hired in PwC. And then for more in terms of logistics and stuff, last year we had quite some last-minute problems with the platform, so that's why we want to invest on that. And also maybe having more team members so that we really have like one person fitting one company and the communication is good.
My name is Thomas. In the presentation I saw very different focus areas, so you want to focus on sustainability at the same time to sales, and this will change the variety of companies you are going to have in your event. Sustainability at the same time in a steam hunt, since the purpose is more on recruitment.
transfer question. So I believe that also a lot of companies, like huge companies, can have also presentations and things around sustainability. We saw it with Schneider, for example, at this council meeting. And of course, it can have some discussions, but we'll see based on the company and what we value the most. Okay, if there is a company that is willing to pay, I don't know, X amount of money compared to a super small startup that really doesn't want this company to be in, maybe the money will go first, but this will be a discussion also with the board. And you had another part of the question, I'm not sure.
Was it a special reply? Okay, fine. Unfortunately, we have to stop the questions already because we have limited time. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm finally closing agenda point 62, achievements in the team. And for the next agenda point, I have to sing a song for the first time, but first I open it. I am agenda point 66 as team alumni presentation, and I will sing a German song, which is from Rammstein. Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich gefragt. Du hast mich gefragt und du hast nichts gesagt. Bis der Tod euch scheide, treu dir sein für alle Tage. Okay, stimmt wieder. So, jetzt sind wir noch live. Please come on the stage. However you would like to do it. Yes, maybe all of them I can get in front and
Wow, you can really sing. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, how was International Night? I guess that was good. I was working on this presentation all of last night in the barn, so I feel like I'm prepared. I want to start with a code, actually. I guess you all know it. Can we please change to that? There will be no QR code, so you just have to enter 5 digits. Teach. His hand.
Technical question over there.
It's like Istanbul Institute. We cannot open the code. It takes time, so please wait more. We cannot open the code fast because it takes time in transfer, so please wait more.
It's not mandatory to do it, but it would be nice if a lot of people are joining.
Okay.
100. Some bleeding. Do we make it 120? One more? No. 130? Let's just start. Please click on start. Thank you. This team alumni quiz. First question. Just 5 questions. You have these 4 stick signs and you can answer with what is alumni? There might be maybe somebody who does not know. No, don't. Oh. Is it delicacy? Is it pinto with beer? Educational institution relation? That's a shitty PC. Okay, that was an easy question. Should be fine. Next one. Ooh, Lisbon leading. Close followed by all of us. Next one, please. How many members are in STEAM alumni? Is it either about 100, about 500, about 1,500, about 5,000? $1,600. So 1,500 is quite correct. Pretty much that scores pretty much the number of STEAM alumni. Which topic group did never exist? There are two correct answers. Which is discussable. Why is it discussable? So, algae trade is correct, that's clear. But what about...
Algae Cologne is not just an alumni of the group, not a student of the group.
Algae Cologne was also founded at some point in some good party. There was no constitutional meeting, it was some nice drinks. And they have occasional gatherings from time to time. It happens. It is kind of a log group. So, who's leading? I'm sorry. 5 is not the correct answer. The correct answer is the yellow one. That's the best estimated guess you can do. Dedicated guess.
Okay, sorry for interrupting, but I have to remind several people again to the master notes, and especially Darmstadt. So third time that I remind you about it.
And the last question. Are there already second generation steamers? Like steamers whose parents have been steamers or are steamers, steam alumni? You know that quite well already, yes? We have both present. There's at least one person who is with his respective parent or child in the room.
Eric!
Yeah. Pretty nice day every year.
See good? Okay, come to me later. No, not now, later. You will get the overall later. Very nice. Thank you. And then we can go to the presentation. I've seen this, I think 8 years ago when I was in the board and did not have this taper on it, but pretty much sure it's the same one. Still. Esteem alumni. Just 3 basic things. Who are we? What is alumni about and what are main institutions? And what are related projects with it? Probably nobody knows who that is. Raise your hand if you know who that is. He's not present, so he does not feel offended. That's the first esteemed president from 1990. Who are we? That's that's the number, about 1,600 members, and members are here really physical persons you can touch, not the local groups like in SD. Our average age is 35, so it's probably an estimated guess, and the organization itself is even younger than that. The alumni actually elect a board, similar like here the STEAM board, once every year at the alumni meeting. And the current board is with Misha Mayuta from Moscow, LXIII from Istanbul University, Jelena Raksanic from Novi Sad, and Olga Sokolchik, who recently had to resign because of private reasons. And I'm Tibor from Munich. Thank you. So, what is this thing about? It's basically these 4 pillars, and it is the alumni still want to be in contact with the steamers, so they either support them. Isn't that amazing point again? It still works. So we still want to be in contact with the steamers and support them, but also with each other. There's really strong friendships all over here that built up. You have really nice people that you know here in the network already, but there's really long-lasting friends and sometimes even relationships between people. So we want to keep up the friendship, and by that we also keep up our esteem spirit. It's hard to point and speak at the same time, after all my preparation last night. And we are still active as a network, so we also have a lot of exchange of business knowledge and a lot of exchange of personal development support, I could say. So we really are trying to leverage the network to full use. And of course, I mean, another important pillar is that we still have all the events all over Europe. So alumni also are traveling a lot. Some in these times are also really working remotely completely, and then they meet up with each other and work from somewhere. So the other big thing is the events, and the biggest event is the alumni meeting. It's very similar to the council meeting, what you have here. So the alumni meeting is the gathering of all who want to join. It's not a dedicated number that is limited to. It's usually about like 60. We have this event just with fun schedule, but we also have our own GA. So our own body of democracy, where we elect people and where we make decisions, like we do here in the council meeting. But one kind of informal event is the pillar of the roundtables. Very open concept. Could be not just a gathering of people in a bar, in a restaurant, somewhere in Europe usually, but also somewhere all over the world. And in recent times, of course, a lot online. So here you see on the right side, there was some Christmas roundtable happening at the Christmas market, we had some mulled wine. These are happening really a lot. I think I would say like 30 times, 40 times per year. Quite informal. A lot of them are really spontaneously happening. Really nice to see a lot of people. But we also have these very dedicated sports events, and the most famous ones are the skiing event, which is happening every year. There's a lot of regulars who are attending those events, and it's usually like 10 days of skiing somewhere in the Alps or some other destination. We picked that every year in a different place. Or sailing, or we also had canoeing, there were hiking also once. whatever you want to pick up. You just organize this event by also putting them on the portal, and people can apply and can join, like you know it from a Steam program. And very famous is also the general celebrations. We attend some festivals, LXIII to be named, that's a really famous one, happening for all of the last 10, 12 years. I think every year there was somebody showing up there. Or Oktoberfest is also a regular thing happening, came out of the local group Munich and is now also a regular reservation there that we have these attendants there. And this year we had organized by Jana an anniversary of the local group Berlin, which became 40 years old. That's older than the Steam actually itself. Thank you. And then there's one famous event in what's it called, western part of Germany, which is the wine area, where it's also warm and the wine is growing, and there's one of the biggest wine festivals, silly name, Wurstmarkt. So I don't know where the connection comes from that, but we also have some alumni who is having a vineyard there, so it's a very common gathering there to be able to see those. Yep. Then there's this concept of afterwork with alumni, which got really popular, and that is one where you are involved. So this is either some meeting where you just come together online, but in a regular concept to have one or two alumni presenting themselves how their life turned out to be after a STEAM. What changed? How was their business decisions? How was their life decisions? What job they made after their studies? And how STEAM actually impacted that. Mostly online, this concept. And then the last pillar, we have this related projects within STEAM alumni. You saw with the incubator, there's a lot of companies getting founded already out of the network. So they keep in contact with each other, but we have also its own projects, ideas that came up. One big one to mention is the mentoring program, which is together with these STEAMers. Program where both are participating, some mostly students, members, mentors, mentees, and mostly alumni mentors who are matched together and support each other in their personal development for a year. More of that will come in the presentation afterwards. And a very big thing is the I Am Caring Foundation or Caring Movement. It is, how would we describe it best? It is a project that does not use the boundaries of the STEAM alumni, which is related to STEAM and STEAM only. This is a foundation that is focusing on the impact it has on the world with the support of its IAM knowledge. So also was called IAM Caring Foundation, IAM Movement. They want to really change some things in the world. They do a lot of, if you would say like entrepreneurship in small things, like some projects that came out were a nice discussion round online, and which was called Dialogue Monkeys, where we discussed some political topics, and it was a really good concept. I can really recommend that. You must see, there's a lot of activities, of course, happening before the pandemic war and within the last 2 years. And you might maybe not heard yet of leadership camp or these other things that I mentioned already, but those are coming up again within the next months, I'm sure. Then we have one more that did not make it to the slide is Industry Exchange, which is kind of like a conference, and it's related to the one topic they picked up. The first one was automotive, And we had some speakers working in one of the big manufacturers like BMW, Jaguar, and they had really related presentations there and a good discussion panel online. Or we have also this cooperation with Lean Six Sigma on the student level, also together with alumni. You can also participate in that certifications or trainings. This is a guide which shows you the possibility that you can also become alumnus or alumni. The idea behind this is that you can become a junior applicant, a junior alumni, and the junior alumni you would be able to still attend the STEAM events, but you're also able to join STEAM alumni events already. So just go to the portal, as you know it already, go scroll down to the section of alumni, and then you can sign up to become alumni. Just suddenly silent. To become an alumnus, and the question is also stated when you are stopping with your STEAM life. At the end, you will also be asked to join an alumni. If you want, then you can also simply just join the network. Within the next alumni meeting, then you will get accepted to become a full member. So far, then you're just an applicant. So that's how you can also join alumni after your STEAM life. I hope you would enjoy it, and you would enjoy your student time, of course, and later still be able to be in contact with all these amazing people. So we have not so much time left. I was guessing there would be more left, but I would like to give the word to everyone here in front, alumnus, just to mention the name, logo group, and maybe one of their job activities.
Hello everyone, I'm Pete, originally from Helsinki, but later on I joined LXIII. Currently working marketing consultant / private investor.
Hey, Jim, also from LXIII, as you can see, and you can ask me anything about capital intensive supply chains, but not tonight, please.
Hey guys, I'm Jochen from LG Karlsruhe, and I'm working as a consultant too. And yes, I was active as a single vision leader at LXIII like 2 or 3 years ago, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Robert, and I'm also from LG Karlsruhe. I finished in Karlsruhe as well, and I'm working as a product cost manager.
I'm Lassie from LG Tampere, and I work as a software developer in Berlin.
Hi, I'm Nienke. I'm from Local Groningen, and I work as a supply chain engineer.
Hi, my name is Fia. I'm from LG Lisbon, and I work as an internal consultant in risk and compliance.
Hola, my name is Elias, originally located in Bremen, but also I work in Budapest. And I have my own small marketing agency. Oh, and I started another company.
Together with me, I'm Jana from LG Berlin, and Arthur, who is anywhere where I know.
Hello. Okay. Hi, I'm Rob, formerly of Local Group Cambridge. I now work in Cambridge for a tech startup where my main job is washing condoms.
Sorry for the update. We have probably moved the microphone at this location, so maybe you can try to make the announcement somehow in the middle, so that you step in the middle to make the announcement, because if not, we're having weird noises because the loudspeakers are behind the microphone. Yes, perfect.
Hi, my name is Marius. I'm from Local Consulting. I work in IT transformation.
Hi, I'm Madalena, originally from Local Group Bucharest, but then Darmstadt and then Eindhoven. I now live in Munich and I'm a manager for a strategy consultancy, working in operations for
automotive and manufacturing.
Hi, I'm Johannes from local group Karlsruhe, working as a consultant in Stuttgart right now.
Hi, my name is Olas. I'm from local group Ankara Bilkent. I love LG Eindhoven too. I work as an international marketing specialist.
My name is Martin Schoenbeck, LG Trondhoven, that's a combination of Trondheim and Eindhoven, and I work as a consultant at EY.
Hi, I'm Henrik Redberg, local group Chalmers Gothenburg. I run my own businesses in telecommunications and software, so please come talk to me about that if you're interested. But also, I've been organizing a couple of the sailing events, so please come up to me and talk to me about that if you that as well.
Hey, I'm Vivian from local group Hamburg. Yo! And I work as a consultant at EY for business analysis.
Hello, my name is Anas. I'm from Istanbul ITU. I haven't met them. Everybody's from Bozic. So I live in Barcelona and I work as a chief commercial officer at a startup in the airline industry. Thank you. I'm the last one.
Thank you very much. This is online. I hope you had some fun with the last 20 minutes. And we will keep on with some other discussions. Questions?
Yes, so we keep with questions, and we start with Russell's.
Hello to Teres, thank you for your presentation. Just have a question because we have a couple of products with alumni in Belgium. The way that we don't have enough of them, and I would like to know if you do that when you have Belgian alumni, and if so, can I find the list with it on the website or something?
So technically the product is that we have the Esteem portal that you know it. In the back end we also have Esteem alumni portal, but the front end looks like here on the like a normal portal that you know it. So if you become a member, then some of the front end will change, so you will be able then also to see other members. But I think even as an esteemer, you can see all members, even alumni member.
Please take the microphone. Can you repeat the question for the secretary?
The question so far was like, where can I find like the list for the website? And the question now is like, do you have Belgian?
We don't do two questions for next follow-up. It's a question, then go. Then go.
Do you have Belgian alumni?
Yes.
And how many?
Okay. Generally, yes. Yeah. So, if I understood your question correctly, it was if you have a list of alumni that is existing, yes. And it is not, it's an email list basically, and you can write everyone if you want. Yes.
Hi, I'm Maria from Darmstadt. You said that one of the purposes of the STEAM alumni is to keep up the STEAM spirit. Can you prove that you still have the STEAM spirit by doing the haka with us?
Can you maybe get on? But then we do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question?
Okay, we have one more question as we are running late in time. That's some other. So, stand up if you have a question, then we go to the very back. Can you speak up, please?
Yes, Valiant from Budapest. It's nice to see you here. I have a question. Who has attended the most CMs?
Okay, we can make this with everyone. I mean, some of you probably also attended some exam council meetings before, so please raise your hand if the number applies of council meeting that you attended. 1, 2. Keep your hand up if you still apply with that number. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30. How many?
I need to count, but it also depends if you count the online ones or not. But I missed 5 physical ones since my first one in Budapest in autumn 2001.
Whoa!
Budapest.
Nice.
Thank you.
Okay, then next one to Steve Alumni.
Thank you.
I close agenda point 66 as the alumni presentation, and I open agenda point 67, mentoring program report, and I have this on. This time it's wait. Oh, Barbie girl. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life is fantastic. It's fantastic. Even the let's go, Barbie. Okay, and yeah, so that's the stage.
Hello, it's me again. So, as mentioned earlier, we have an esteem project that is together with alumni and esteemers. It is the mentoring program, also growing together. That should go away from that area. So the mic is working properly. Growing together. Usually we have somebody who is responsible for that, and that person was not not able to come here, so I'm doing it in proxy. I need my presenter again. So that's Jan Hendrik Lösing. He was organizing it for quite some years. Hindsight, we also trying to find somebody else who's doing this in the future. But the project is running very well, very reliable. Not like this flag is hanging. And he's doing a really great job, I must say. Can I please have an applause for him? He's probably in real life stream. Thank you. So, what is the goal of this program? Very quickly said, it is just let me read it. Enable esteemers and esteem alumni to develop themselves and to be able to get successful careers in life with the support of one of the more experienced person in that duo. Was one person with one one mentor with one mentee, and we have a matching process going on. And this is basically for within typically 1 year, you get your support from one esteemed alumni of your choice. There's quite some people participating. I think every year is like 50 or 60 people who are joining us, and it's a lot of you esteemers and a lot of us alumni. But I like to say, I call all of them esteemers. So we have a new round starting. It will be now at the end of the year, the beginning of December, so pretty much now. After this company, you can also apply to become a mentor or mentee in this program. Most of you are probably mentee if you want. First edition started in 2013. 115 students got supported so far, so it's quite some number. And these are really good connections, say really personal connections, and you will be able to make a lot out of your life with that. And really good positive impact. But matchmaking for now, the 9th edition will be starting now. And there will be either one student and one alumni, or one alumni and a more experienced alumni. And I would like to also ask some of you who heard of that already or participated actually in it, maybe to share their own story, how it impacted their life. Somebody ready?
Yes, hello.
Robin?
Yes, Robin LXIII. I have had the experience of having as my mentor Sebastian Peters from Hamburg. And yeah, it's been super special for me. Like, he got me to get a student job while I was finishing my studies, and gave me a bunch of advice about how to go about also, asking for a raise, or how to interact with my colleagues and stuff like that, all kind of stuff that you'd have to learn by trial and error otherwise. So yeah, definitely really recommend it. Yeah, definitely try for it, apply it. I regret the years before where I didn't apply, so yeah, I recommend it.
Thank you, Robin. Maybe somebody else wants to share their experience?
Ines from Porto. Yeah, I was menteed by Eagle. He was SC president, like the third one or something like that. And I joined when I was graduating, and I think it was the best period to join. It was amazing because I was so confused, like, do I want to do consulting? Do I want to go for industry? What kind of industry? How does it work? Do I want a big company or a small company? And it's really nice to have someone that has studied, that knows that knows how the world works. You see people there that have their own companies, that have been through many different kinds of companies as well. And it's just really nice to sit in a laptop and hear advice and comfort yourself, really, because sometimes I'm just so stressed, like, okay, maybe I should have done that. You have someone in front of you just calming you down and letting you know that you're just starting, and it feels really great, so I would highly recommend it.
Thank you for your insight, Ines. Yeah, let's call it like this. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Questions over there?
Hello, Sumaya from LXIII. My question is, do you have a database of alumni and mentors so that is it accessible to all the steamers, and especially active steamers?
So, as if you want to become a mentee, then you apply for this, and then you get a big choice of mentors. They also show some short bite of themselves. I don't want to show any data here because it's private mostly, but within this process, you will have a big choice of who would be a good mentor for you, and they also choose their mentees.
So it's only accessible if you apply for the mentorship program.
Is this related to the data privacy? I mean, this is basically...
Just to see if it can be used in other ways, such as like a mentor, in my opinion, would be a good candidate for an academic leader for summer academy.
Timo, can you move this on stage to the side so in the middle?
you want to have a full list of all the mentors or what?
Yeah, to see if it's accessible to activist teams, especially the leader of some academy, to see if the mentor can become an academic leader.
Within those who are participating in this program, not basically everyone. Basically, you can see a lot of persons in the network, of course, and on the portal, but only within that who is participating, you can see then the list of people who are participating.
So, Boris and Sophia, my question is, how did you join this team back then, and what it was like this team years ago?
Is it a personal question to me?
Yeah.
That's not so much about the mentoring program.
Yeah, like, if this is all because of the story, then please ask it someone else. So this is really about the mentoring
Happy to
program.
share it.
So, one more question regarding the mentoring program, then we get off on Sunday.
Thank you. What else, something? Okay. It is not limited to that, but I think a good time is at the end of your studies, like in the last year, and then in the first years of your job.
Okay, then thank you very much for the presentation. And I close agenda point 67, mentoring program report. And I open agenda point 68, job of the number report. And before starting the presentation, I have to sing a song. And it's an esteemed song. And all of you know it. Birth control is the only way to save your soul. When you're playing your girlfriend's soul. Oh, I believe in birth control. Suddenly, there's a shotgun hanging over me. I'm confronted with a pregnancy. Oh, I believe in birth control.
Thanks a lot, Kjell. I think you are also applying for the job of being a pro-cantor at the next campus in Eindhoven, or? Amazing, and really great to see that the singing tradition stays strong in esteem, but that's not what I'm going to talk about right now. I'm going to talk about the Club of 100. So, my name is Martin Schoenbeck, for those of you who might have missed it in the introduction round and the alumni we just had here, and I'm going to briefly explain how we make a difference in esteem. So, you may ask, why do we have a Club of 100? What is this? Well, there are two reasons for that. One is that we realize that there are still substantial differences in purchasing power in Europe. So, if we look at the average GDP per capita, in across Europe, it obviously makes a difference if you're a student in a northwestern European country or in somewhere in countries that have a less favorable economic condition at the moment. So we want to provide equal opportunities for students to be active in STEAM, independent of their background. And that can be due to factors in the economy of the country we're studying. It can also be due to individual factors like the degree to which parents are able to support us in you as a student and what kind of scholarships are available. So we really want to create equal opportunities. And looking back at some pre-COVID statistics, we have awarded quite a lot of scholarships to a number of countries that are shown here, and that's of course pre-COVID. And I'm also really happy to know that we were able to support some of you to attend this event. Secondly, we realize that innovative ideas that bring a team forward are not always easy to fund. It's much easier to get sponsorship if you have a well-established project with corporate relationships, etc., than if you really want to kickstart something new. So we want to support initiatives and activities and projects in this team that otherwise would not have been possible. So it's not a substitute for normal sponsorship, but really supporting the innovation. And we're going to talk about the Fundum Award and also award it right after this presentation. So we'll get back to that. And why is Club 100? Well,
we want to have 100 members who donate at least 500 euros per year for at least 5 years to support our goals. And most of our members are STEAM alumni. Of course, I'm also a member myself, and maybe some other alumni present in this event would like to consider to become a member as well. We also have open to professors. Currently, one professor who used to be active in APM is from Cambridge. Some of you might know him. He's also a member. But anyone else who would like to support our goals, so maybe some of your parents, or maybe a professor at your university, anyone who would like to support the realization of our goals, we would be very happy to take on board as a member. How we run this? It's under the umbrella of the I Am Caring Foundation, and there will be a separate presentation about that entity later today. So if you're not familiar with it, just bear with me for a minute. But that provides a legal structure to be able to run this club. So we have a charity status in the Netherlands, so that also makes our donations tax deductible for many of our members. And then we make decisions in a triumvirate. So there's one representative of the Club of 100 members, that's currently me, and one representative of the STEAM board, our dear president, and one representative of the I Am Caring Foundation Council Fellows, that's Karen Garcia Luango. Unfortunately couldn't make it to this event, even though she lives in Madrid. And yeah, no overhead costs, so all the money goes to STEAM to support our goals. And we do that through application forms. So you can find a page in the portal, newly refreshed page with links to application forms for leadership scholarships and participation scholarships. So a leadership scholarship, that is if you have or are applying for a leadership position in Central STEAM, and you lack the funds to fund the traveling and other costs associated with the position, you can apply for a leadership scholarship. Participation scholarship is a scholarship for attending a specific event. And that's also something I'd like you to take away to your lower groups. And think of, are there any people in your lower group? Do you see any signals that people would be interested to become an active STEAmer, but don't do so because they lack the financial funds? Well, then you can certainly make them aware of the possibility to apply for support. But in that, please remember that we are the support of last resort. So also through our application, obviously our money is not limited, so it's really a last resort. And so you should explore all other options first, like support from the university, the local group, parents, student jobs, and any other sources that might be available. And then we also have the application forms in the activities and initiatives category. So we have the application for the Fundum Award that we're going to talk about in a minute. And there is also the opportunity to apply for crisis support for events and projects. Again, it's a last resort. It's not a substitute for a general lack of sponsoring, but if there are some unexpected costs or some, let's say, last minute withdrawal of a sponsor or any other financial issues, then with your event or project, then you are welcome to apply and we will consider that. And in some cases, it may not be a solvability problem, but rather a liquidity problem, and that is also something we can cover, like for example, it's for the council meeting here in Seville. So yeah, that's it. A brief introduction to Club of 100 and how we make a difference in STEAM. You can also see our email address here for any questions you might have, as well as the link to the STEAM portal page.
Okay, are there any questions regarding the Club of 100? We start over there. From my perspective, the right person.
I'm also from Ankara, Turkey. My question is about the requirement of the Club of 100. When you are applying as to get the money?
Those are described on the page. So on this page you can find everything that is required for, of course, in comparison to other applications for everyone who applies. But we do our best to evaluate all applications fairly and spend the money where it is needed most.
Can I add something to this question? Because like when you get an answer like you are not required to requirements, so there is another answer like that for rejecting people, appliers.
I'm not entirely sure if I completely understood the question, but the way I understand it, if you send us an application form, you will always get an answer. We aim to evaluate all applications within 2 weeks. Sometimes we are not able to do that, and that application the answer will either be positive or negative.
First of all, I'm very grateful for what Global 100 means for the listeners, and thank you for that. My question is about, are you aware of the problem of when there's a handover, the process really slows down? Are you aware of this problem?
What kind of handover are you talking about?
Okay. If I need to get specific, I got a mail like that after not getting a reply from my application for a long time. The person mailing me said, we are in the process of a handover or something like that.
Yes, well, we're indeed in a, of course, at some point I explained to this triumvirate, and due to their position, some people are rotated in the triumvirate, and indeed we had a short period earlier this year where we were not able to evaluate applications as quickly as we aim to do. So we aim to answer within 2 weeks. And sometimes we're not able to do that, and we do our best to keep those internal processes running smoothly, but hopefully we will be able to keep up with that going forward.
Unfortunately, I have to end the question come already because we are super late on time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, you can stay on stage. First, I have to close the agenda point 68, Club of Fundamental report, and I open agenda point 69, the Funding Award, and I have to sing song. It's against German song. And probably you know it. Saufen, morgens, mittags, abends, ich will saufen. Der Abend wird laufen, morgens, mittags, abends, ich will laufen. Perfect. Okay, then Martin, you can go on with the presentation of the Funding Award.
Yes, thank you very much. And let's briefly explain what the Funding Award is before we are going to award it. So, as I may have picked up from our previous presentation, it's really something to stimulate innovation in ST. What we do here, we really sponsor this, but it's owned by ST. So it's the ST board who is selecting the winner, but it's sponsored by the Club of 100. We award it twice a year, so every council meeting there is an opportunity to apply for the Funding Award. You will all have received an email up front, and we also got some applications for which we are very happy. And any STeamer can apply with any idea you might have that where you need some money to realize it. And the indicated amount is up to 500 euros to give you an idea of the size of this. Criteria, there are a number of those. It has to be an original idea, there has to be also a well-developed plan, and ideally also a team around it to realize the idea. And yeah, I'd really like to encourage all of you also keep this in mind. Like whenever you have a drunk idea at a party and maybe you draw it on a napkin. And yeah, the best ideas are often born in those circumstances. And then maybe the next day you can, when you sobered up again, you can put it into a bit more of a plan. How we're going to send applications also for the next council meeting already. And yeah, some examples of previous winners are the Yogi Award badges, the Steam Monopoly, and we also had the entrepreneurship. So, but of course you're all curious, who is going to be the winner this time?
Thank you. So that's the moment we'll be waiting for, I believe. So I would like to. And the next round of awards. This council meeting will be granted to Eric with an idea of a Steam card game. We believe this. I think you can come to stage. After long evaluation of your application, we with the board decided to make the idea happen. We believe that it's going to increase experience and also raise awareness on Steam entities. So, do you want to say a couple of words?
Thank you very much, board, because I guess then that was the board that voted on me. It really feels nice that you guys like my idea. I really appreciate that. So guys, the idea is like this. I came up with a game called the Steam Trading Card Game. It's based on the classical Pokemon card trading game, if you guys know what it means. Basically, you have got cards of Pokemons. When we were kids, we used to trade them with each other and we used to play with them. No one knew the rules, but we all traded with them and all had a stack of cards. So the same thing I try to do for us esteemers. And the idea is basically to create a card for every esteemer that would apply for that. And you will be able to take out these cards, trade them with each other, and basically use them as the new LG sticker. I will also try to be ambitious and create an actual game around this. But to my main point, I wanted to use this opportunity to actually just pitch, and I need some people to maybe help me to develop this idea. Like I need someone that could be PR responsible, a lot of PR responsibles, because there will be a lot of creating new, designing new cards. Yeah, mainly PR responsibles. Yeah, do we have maybe time for some questions or no, not at all?
To the concrete project, maybe we can do it together with the questions for the water agenda.
Then thank you very much for choosing this.
Oh, okay, then whoever has questions, please stand up. And oh, it's another quiz question. One of the very few times.
Chris from Gdańsk. So the Atfunum award is not like sometimes the value is different. So I wanted to ask like how much actually got assigned to the project.
Well, for this amount, I think the amount that was considered needed to realize this idea is €300, if I'm not mistaken. So it depends on the idea, and but there's an indicated amount to we say 500. That's the budget we have reserved for it. Sometimes when there are multiple ideas, we may also award two or divide the money between two ideas. So it depends on the applications. But yeah, it's not 5,000. It's we don't have that. So yeah.
Yes. Go LGIII. If I remember correctly, there was another board game, right? From the Yogi Awards, like SCM, I think.
Steam Monopoly.
Yeah, what happened to that? Did we get like an update, or is it now? Or
according to my information, it's still under development and will be available soon.
We have looked who probably can tell more about the current status of the game.
Yes, so we
Yeah, so the
design is fully finished, and now Andrea, the amazing prof, also developing the app, is looking for the distribution part. But she's also working with Carmen in order to evaluate this actual distribution. But it's finalized. That's very good.
Can you repeat the answer for the second question? It was not that easy to understand.
Yeah, basically, design is finished, missing the distribution part.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, unfortunately, we have to cut a question already. I'm so sorry, but we are running super late in the agenda. But thank you very much for this presentation. And I'm closing agenda point 69 at Funding Awards, and I open agenda point 70. I am Harry Foundation, and for that I need to sing a song. Where are we now? Firework. Cause baby, you're a firework. Gonna show you what you are.
Hey Carmen, hey Federico. Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hi, good to see you.
Wait, is my camera on? No, alright.
Good to see you now.
Cool. So, hey, you know there is the CM coming up, and I think we should prepare a video as we want to be there.
That's a good idea. So what should we talk about then?
I think we should definitely talk about the movement.
Oh yeah, indeed. It makes sense to start communicating our purpose and how we bring together people who need to change towards a caring society. And there we can also talk about the 4 fields of impact, starting with the equal opportunities, and the Club 100 being the flagship initiative, and then the conscious leadership, then social impact business one, and the United Europe. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think we should also talk about the conventions, because we always managed to get such an interesting group of people to the conventions. Last time we were on the 13th convention in Helsinki just a month ago, which was super interesting, and the next convention is going to be in Berlin in April on contemporary and future housing concepts. So that's definitely something we need to bring up.
Yeah, I'm leading into sustainability bootcamp as well. I mean, to be honest, I love to tell them how we want to have this space for people to discuss different sustainability topics. I mean, right now the COP26 is going on, and I would love to have a talk about that.
And I guess we should also mention the leadership camp, the summer academy for alumni. But I guess they can learn more about it when they get there and become alumni.
Absolutely. Another thing I would like to bring up is the I Am Caring Movement podcast, which is a really nice opportunity for all the esteemers to basically interview someone the way we're talking right now, and then have us upload it as an interesting podcast with experts, alumni, with interesting people overall.
Yeah, definitely. The Club 100, but I think they have a presentation right before, and we actually need to keep it short. So.
True.
Anything else?
And yeah, the movement call. But I guess as Franziska's going to tell you about her experience, she can also tell them what the movement call is all about. Cool. But guys and the girls, so when do we film the video?
That's a great question, but I actually already have to go because the Berlin convention is already in April and we're already in November. So I want to be there ahead of time, so I will let you go and I'll see you there. Bye!
Okay, bye. What do we do now?
I think we can just rely on Franziska.
I guess we should do that.
Come on stage to share their experiences.
Hello. So I'm Francisca, for the ones that don't know me yet. I'm studying IM in the 4th year. I'm from local group Porto. And I am a bit involved in the IM Caring Foundation. I'm not a fellow, but I have attended some events, so I'm here to share with you a bit my experience. So, the first contact I had with IM Caring Foundation was here in CMs. So I attended 4 CMs before this one, and there is always a presentation of IM Caring Foundation, but I wasn't really getting how I could get involved, or maybe also my interest for sustainability has grown a lot in the past months, so my interest for being active in the IM Caring Foundation also grew. And so there was an opportunity to join the Sustainability Bootcamp online that was organized in collaboration with CERC. And I did so, and I really enjoyed being able to discuss with students and alumni some topics regarding sustainability. And then I started paying a bit more attention on what they were doing, and I joined a movement call. Basically, a movement call brings together people who want to discuss a specific topic, because IM Caring Foundation aims to create a community of people that want to discuss this type of things. So, if you are kind of part of, if you want to discuss a topic, you can propose a movement call, and then they will share it, and anyone that is interested, like in the IM community, can join. And that movement call was about the industry of fashion, fast fashion, second-hand fashion, fashion in general. And it was really good. And the third thing I want to mention, after the third event I attended, was IM Caring Convention in Helsinki around 1 month ago. Basically, IM Caring Foundation aims to bring the IM Caring community together to discuss a specific topic, so each convention has its own topic. The last convention in Helsinki was about the path to net zero emissions. And it was like 1 weekend, so in the first day we got to know each other, and it was really cool because I met some people online, but I never really met them offline, and to bond a bit, it was really cool. And then in the second day, we actually had a lot of content, so we received sessions from an NGO, a small company, professors, and a woman that was working in the policy of Helsinki, that is one of the most sustainable cities in the world. And on the last day we had some reflection, and basically it was really great to learn about the topic, but also to get to know these people who are also share the interests that I do, and discuss with them, learn with them, and I am sure that after this event I will also be able to contact them more easily. I also offer myself to be here to talk to you, because I think there is a small problem right now in IM Caring Foundation, that is lack of students. The IM Caring Foundation, when it was founded, aimed to bring students, academia, and alumni of IM together towards a caring society. But when it was created, actually the core team that I call the fellows had half students and half alumni, but for time passed and those students became alumni, and now there are not many new students joining. So actually I went to the IM Caring Foundation and I was the only student there, and it was amazing, but I would really like also to have more students involved, so I can have, we can all have discussions that include other people to join the foundation or just join some of our events. And I think I'm open to questions because I hope you have some. Yeah? Do we have time for questions?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
So, first applause for that. And I would like to remind everyone in the room to wear a face mask. It's universal regulation and not our regulation. So if you have any questions regarding IM Caring, then yes. Then please ask now. Max is first.
Max LXIII. I actually really like the presentation. Also, still touch points with Cirque as well, also about sustainability and kind of part. So, is there any kind of collaboration there, or is there anything that's there to together? Maybe it's more a question for Ahmed.
Yeah.
So sorry for that, but still, it's could be interesting to explore these kind of things together. So, the question to us, like, is there any?
Yes, Ahmed is there, and I think he can also can answer better than me.
So, and I have organized some events in the last year. Also, we have some joint projects right now going on as well. We promote the IAM movement calls, and we have like 2 members in there. Also, we have another project. So, what I'm trying to say is,
Okay, Max, can you please repeat the question for the second place?
What are the touch points with IAM carrying movements at Cirque and how they're collaborating? And it perfectly explains how they are doing that.
Okay, perfect. Are there any more questions for IAM carrying? This seems not to be the case.
Can I just make a short comment before going on? I think IAM Caring Foundation is a really, really good project because as IAM students, we are all probably going to occupy like leadership positions in our companies, and it's very important that while we are leading something, we take these questions into account. So it's not too early to join, I would say, because we are still learning, and then we can start our jobs already having that in mind. And so I will be around, as you know. So I'm open to any questions you might have if you want to approach me personally. And also there was a slide with the contacts of IAM Caring Foundation that that they sent, and it will be cool because if you want to join, what we discussed is like maybe you can come to me because it's easier, and I will forward you to the right people. But you can also approach via email anytime. And thank you.
Okay, I close agenda point 70, IAM Caring Foundation, and now I have a couple of small announcements. First of all, this announcement, during the break, the organizers will fix the microphone because this weird sound were not here before. And now, inside lunch break, we will have a voting session. And because we still didn't close the voting session. And before the lunch break, we will have the CM photo, the official CM photo, and we will do it inside this room. So the photographers will explain what to do, and there's a technical question over there. Olaf from Berlin.
Yeah, Olaf from Berlin. Since we didn't receive the merch now, doing a picture with the merch might be a lot cooler. Is there like a plan that we get it there, or that we get it before the picture, or how does it work?
Maybe it was just a question.
The merch, they said, so me, I didn't receive the merch yet, the civilian shirt. So, and I think it would be cool on the picture to have the merch on.
Yeah, we won't be able to distribute the merch now right beforehand, unfortunately.
Okay,
but we will make we will ask the organizers to make an announcement later about that. Alex, Sasha from
Sasha.
Ilmenau.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sure. Yesterday, on the way back home to the acclimation to the resident, I was told by some organizers that we are going to do a picture at Plaza de España.
Since yesterday we had to cut a significant short, we are just all going there together. So this year the picture is going to be taken here during lunch break.
Okay, then also an answer regarding picture. I still have the flags from Helsinki here. I will do that punishment later, but you can collect your flags for the picture. And now we have an announcement about the voting session.
Yes, in 4 minutes you are going to receive the ballots for
please submit it on right, and if you have any problems, you already approach me.
Okay. Then I will know, please remain seated because I need to open and close the agenda points. So now I open agenda point 71, CM photo, and for that I will sing a song, and it's Frozen. Let it go, can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say, let the storm rage on. Okay, so now photographers please come on stage and explain what's going to happen.
Hello guys, so now we are going to take this CM photo, this fancy one that you usually have on the cover of the presentations. And for that we would like to ask you to start positioning yourself on the stairs and from the third row, because we cannot see on the camera first and second row. And then we need to position you in a D shape because of the perspective. So please keep in mind that you can sit on the stairs and occupy the row, like the first 3 seats of the third row, then it's first 4 seats of the fourth row, on the left and on the right, and then it goes like this. Okay? And please, if you have like any cups or something that people can spill while going like left and right, please take them away.
Please remain seated.
Please remain seated. Please take your own flags. The person has a technical question.
Okay, first technical question from the secretary. We have like one right here somewhere.
Would it be better to, when we want to display the flags and so forth, and also the people, to have like an empty row in between every row of people, so we can like have some space for the flags to be properly visible? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, we can try to do that. I hope then we can still see everyone. Okay, let's do this. Then we start from the third row, we skip the fourth, so we only take uneven rows starting from the third one. And if we don't fit, then we'll need to...
We can't see it because there's still one technical question over there.
Okay, the position LXIII now, so I guess we're gonna wear masks in the photo. What about distances? Is this like then handled with the rows we're keeping empty?
Yeah, we still need to wear them, but after this picture, the plan is going to take another picture outside, because like here we have to wear a senior. Can you give me the other microphone down there? Where's the second microphone? Can you give this one down to the audience, and this one will stay on stage. Oh, yes. Okay, where's my... How are you? Yeah. Okay, before talking about team management or COVID or IEM, we should also close the agenda point 71, which is the CM photo. And I will also close agenda point 65, which is the voting session 3. And then I need to open agenda point 72, award results, and I need to sing a song for it. The current song is Whitney Spears. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Baby, oops, you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. Yeah, that was pretty good, I think. Okay, then I asked Lily to come on stage for the awards results.
Hello, long time no see. I don't listen. Yes, estimado here and the local Europe results. Are you ready? So people can see estimates of the year. They're all of them are estimates of the year. Okay? First one is. Second esteemers of the year is inspiring people. Thank you so much.
I closed Agenda Point 72 award results, and I open Agenda Point 73 Yogi Awards, and I will sing Allah. Give me a man after midnight, not somebody else to take away. Give me a man after midnight, take me something to do.
So, this is the second award that you've been waiting for. Yes, I know you're waiting for that report. Actually, what is also So, we are next time. Yogi Awards. What are Yogi Awards? So, Yogi Awards is the way that we give local groups the possibility to be recognized for their efforts of organizing amazing STEAM events. So, the categories in which local groups can compete include. First is the event code. For the event code, we distributed this part into two parts. One for the offline events, one for the online events. So, best streamers is for the offline events. Best night activities is for the offline events as well. We will have also the event with the most interactive sessions for the online event, and the best leisure activities for the online events. So these two will be online, these two will be offline. Okay? And we will also have event of the year in the categories of service events, central events, and the exchange events. So calculation for the award. So we are calculating the event of the year with the net promoter scores and feedback scores together. And for the event quality, we are calculating the combination of feedback scores of the related area. So for the constraints, minimum 9 participants needs to be included in the event as a participant. Response rates of the feedback needs to be over than 30%. Some events cannot be awarded twice. So every event can only be awarded once. So the best fed estimers. For organizing an amazing event with a lot of good food. So basic night activities. Thank you, local group Belgrade, to organize the best night activities.
Can you please put your nose inside your mask?
So these were the offline events that we awarded. Best leisure activities. Sea adventure, Selçuk dance. Thank you, dance, for organizing an amazing online event. And event with the most interactive session. Mediterranean board training event. Organizing for organizing. What?
Can you please don't remove the mask for speaking, because you're just spreading the virus when you're speaking. It's mainly there.
service event of the year. Organize the best service event of the year, especially after COVID as the first offline event. Central ST event of the year. National Marketing and Personal. Thank you for local government to organizing an amazing event. Exchange of the year. That is not right. Congratulations all of you, all of the people that who organized this event. Thank you for your hard work and congratulations again.
Okay, then I close agenda point 73, Yogi Awards, and I open agenda point 74, get back to the team, and I need to sing a song. I know someone you don't know. I know someone you don't know. Yogi there. Yogi there. I know someone you don't know. Yogi there. Perfect. Luis.
Actually.
Hi everyone. Everyone is okay. I'm here to present. I'm Luis Silva from LG Porto, and I'm also the Human Resources Committee Leader. And I'm here to present to you the GetUp presentation, which is about central opportunities. I have a question for you guys. How many of you are active in Central or have already been active in Central? What's your answer? Okay. As you can see, working in Central, we have a lot of people here actually, and it actually is something that helps us get to know each other better. And I thought for my own experience, I was 1.5 years because of COVID alone at home, and my way of connecting with the streamers was working and having chats, and actually I made really good friends that way. I started this presentation with this, but yeah, why should you join Central? So, first of all is personal development. So, you not only have opportunity to improve yourself in some soft skills, but also some hard skills. You'll have some, you'll develop some tools, you'll learn to work with some tools that you've never worked before, and you can even grow as long as you're working in Central, because it's really similar to your future work environment. And that's actually your second reason also, is the professional development. Not only you're gaining more experience and maybe you're developing yourself in areas that you normally wouldn't do, but also you are trying new things and growing as you go. Then, the thing I was talking in the beginning is the dream team part, which is like you are working with an intercultural and multinational team with a lot of motivated people that want the same thing as you want, that is making the network work, and you actually make really good friendships. I know it's hard because it's mainly an online environment, but once you get the opportunity to have a call or to go to a CM and meet the people, or just go to an event, you feel like you know them for ages, and you just can create those good relationships. Also, the part we are all here for, which is creating an impact. So we are here in the CM because we are contributing to the growth of the network. And working in Central, working in the different entities we have, you are actually actively progressing and making sure that this team grows as you work and also grow. Yeah, and you take a challenge basically, which is you embrace the opportunity to make STEAM better and to make STEAM grow and not be satisfied with just the way things are. Okay, and this is a part. I also have a question for you. Do you know how you can get active in Central? Yes.
Get active page.
Get active page. Active. Thank you.
Yay!
Yeah. So the first tool and the way, like your savior that has all information you may want to know is the Get Active page, where you find all the new positions every month. Unfortunately, this month we have some issues with last month actually we had some issues with the WordPress, so we had to postpone a little bit of the process, and also because of CM. Everything got a little bit messed up, but I assure you that in 2 weeks you'll be able to see all the open positions. Having that in mind, I want to present to you already which entities are going to recruit. So, not only we have Business Booster, Summer Academy, BX4X, Aero3D, Knowledge KFC, CRC, PDC, and LGSS, and also local group exchange. All these entities, as you can see, have like a huge variety of different tasks you can do. All of them have different positions that may be interesting for you. So even though the positions are not open in Portal, I advise you strongly to start talking with the leaders. I know they are there and they are super open to explain to you everything you may ask, and also it's like the best way possible for you to get to know what you actually do. Because you see all these cool names of positions, but yeah, maybe there's even more details that we can give you about your future work, and talk also about the environment inside Central. Okay, disclaimer, important disclaimer. These are not the dates of this year's Get Active chats, okay? They are an example from last year. But what I want to tell you guys is that we usually have Get Active chats after the CM. We are going to have them in 1 week, so as soon as the positions are open, we're going to plan them. And yeah, you'll have the opportunity to talk with the leaders that are recruiting and ask them all the questions. But in your case, you are here in the CM, you can see most of them, so take that advantage. If you didn't have the opportunity, you are still in time to be there and ask yourself. Oh, I'm showing QR codes that will, like for example, this one will also take you to the Get Active page, because there is where you'll find all the links and all the information to join the sessions. The active email list. I'm going to make another tricky question. Who is in the active email list? Okay, not everyone. I think some people are asleep, that's why they are not raising their arms, but I hope all of you are. So it's not only important for you to get to know what positions there are in Central to get informed, but also you have some other information like the SIM newsletter, the CM updates, and all the other opportunities that come up in the SIM. So I advise you strongly to join. In the end, I will go back. If you need more time to hear the codes, just tell me. And yeah, last but not least, the Sorting Unicorn, which is a tool that's made for helping you find out which entity suits you the most, or the best. The truth is, it is not, it will not tell you like the exact, it will tell you one solution, but I want you to have in mind that the idea is for you, as long as you go in the process, you reflect a little bit on what you want to do in Central. And yeah, it's a cool game, you have nothing to lose, just try it out. And yeah, you'll find out which position may be the best for you. But remember, the wizard chooses the house, not me. So even though you're sorted, you still have an option. And yeah, never forget to aim high, and yeah, and also question, you can approach me.
Okay, if you have any questions, then please stand up. Over there.
I'm not a delegate.
Serhat Güler'le Ercan Kılıçkat. I have a question about the sorting unicorn. Do you think, like, maybe can you a little bit explain how it works in the background? Because, like, I have a concern for, by design, maybe it might be more difficult to reach some services of the employment communities.
Thank you for the question. Actually, the platform is involved without me. So we actually, the process, when we were building it, we made sure that all entities have the same scoring. So what happens is all the questions, as when you answer a question, you get a certain amount of points if you choose an entity to that answer. So for example, you're answering and you have a question that is 4 options, and the third option gives you 4 points for MC, for example. Maybe another option gives you 3 points for HRC, you know? So the idea is that in the end, when you sum the different questions, you'll get the same amount of points maximum for all the entities, so that it's not biased. Like, the idea is for it to be fair for entities.
There's a comment behind you.
Hi, this is I'll just read you. About Sarah's question, the thing is, like, for my entity, like for my entity, I also have knowledge management and innovation responsible, but we also have KFC. How does the sorting unicorn decide, like, which entities to suggest?
Yeah, okay, so what we do, as I was saying, we give different points according to different questions. So LGSS, case, you get probably there are some questions about consultancy, and you get more points about that. Okay, so it's like you one answer may give different amount of points for different entities. So in consultancy, maybe you get some points in CRC, for example, like 1 point, but in LGSS, you have to get 4 points, for example. Okay, so the answer must be the same, but the amount of points for each entity is different. So in the end, you actually have an amount of points for all the entities in general, but the solution the quiz gives you is the one that has the most points.
Alright, then we just wait for the question. And I close agenda point 74, get back to assume. And I open agenda point 75, upcoming events. And for the song, I need some help from Louis because we're not an idea how it's working. However, get active at upcoming events, weekly activities, illegal.
Hello, because now I will talk about upcoming events that you can apply. So we have an LR forum that is specifically focused on the LRs or the people that want LR. So you can apply until 15th of November. Applications are still open. It will be in Muni. So it's 8th. And we have interpreted the best designer feature. Application will open at the 28th of November. You can apply starting on that time, and it will end on the 11th of January. We have Esteem College. Esteem College is also an event, central event that focuses on develop the network. So if you want to develop the network with us, you can apply for the event until 5th of January. It will be also in the press. So, we have an event also that is not on the portal, training trainers in Poznan. It will be probably around in February, and more information will come soon. So, as you can realize, we don't have that many events that have upcoming events. So, I would also like to raise a topic for you to know how to apply for an event and organize an event. And I will briefly talk about event open call page. So for the local groups to apply to organize any of the events, we have an event open call page. So as you can see in here, we have the event open call page, and every 3 months we are updating the information inside of it, and then we are sending an email to the local responsible to increase the awareness about this page. And so the page, you can find more information about what is the page about, how can you apply, so but in the area you can directly go to the development department events, service events, directly and see in more details that what kind of events that you can apply, has open calls and you can apply. And you can also apply for the central events here as well. And how it looks. In the beginning, you can see the description of the service, and then what is the event about, and then the things that you will need to do when you're organizing an event. And then there is like a standardized form that you need to fill to apply to organize an event. Then, after you're applying, respective leader will approach you, contact you, and more information will come from them. So see you somewhere in Europe, hopefully, and that was it. And you can contact us for anything, about anything. And in the event open call page, we have also the best practice documents that you can find that will help you while organizing events. So if you have any more questions, we can always approach you.
Thank you very much. Then I close agenda point 75, upcoming events. And I want to remind you that you guys from Bucharest to stop sleeping. And I open agenda point 76, appreciations. And I will sing a new song. I do da dee da da dee da da. Let's go.
So yes, this part is for us, for the board, to appreciate all the people that have been working with us since the beginning of our mandate. And we would like to say that these are the most active people on my side. I would like to thank our KFC leader, Tamara, for being so hardworking and so motivated to change things and to bring her entity to another level. Then I continue with our ITC leader, David, who is one of the most motivated people that I know, and he's helping everyone with their technical issues, with their emails, and with all the errors that might occur. LXIII leader, he's the one that knows everything about the network and about the people inside the network, and he's doing a great job there. You've seen his presentation right before. Our Northeast Regional Coordinator, Mike, because he's an amazing person, a very hardworking person, but he doesn't know that sometimes, but we need to appreciate her. To our personal development department coordinator, Max, because he's doing a great effort into shaping the department. And to Sumaya, our Summer Academy leader, for her high motivation and her urge to shape her entity from the start. And to Petra, our brain trainer leader, because she's doing an amazing job. She's creating new ideas and new concepts and opportunities for steamers. And now, to the people that were here with us in the council meeting before, during, and that will be with us after, to our lovely secretaries, Tomas, Eisner, Gabriela, and Joao. Joao is not here, but he was here for the first day. They are the ones that are documenting everything that is happening here, and they will continue working for the following months. Then I would like to thank Oiku, our working groups and training sessions coordinator. Clara and Miguel, they were here helping all of you. All the trainers and working group leaders that delivered during the council meeting. Also, my predecessors, LXIII and Giuseppe, who were with me the whole time, trying to help me and giving me input about what we're experiencing here. And now, let's go to local groups of you, who did an amazing job organizing the first council meeting after 2 years, and I think that we all had so much fun. Special thank you to Claudia, who's been doing a great job and has been here the whole time. Javi, the president of local groups of you. JJ, the local responsible. And Carmen, who has been with us the whole week trying to help our needs.
Okay, it sounds like it's not working. I will start with my oldest, Evelyn and Danny. Thanks a lot for spending. This year, I believe that we are going to do a lot of amazing job, and I cannot wait for seeing the results. It was already great to be friends with you in the same mountain, but I enjoy working a lot as well. Luis, thank you for handing over all the morning chats that we are having and keeping them still ambitious. I appreciate it a lot that you're that representing that I'm always available to work. Quite proactive and ongoing. I believe that you are going to do a great job with your team and the new team members that year. And with the motivation of Marina. I can't wait for seeing Siam here, and good luck for everything.
Thank
you.
You
have super high motivation. I love seeing you singing ST songs, and I believe you are going to take good care of your abilities.
Thank you.
Alex, who learned super fast and always curious, asking many questions. Can we do it? Whether can we do it in that way? Why it's happening in that way, etc., etc. I really appreciate your curiosity and questioning whatever is happening and how we are doing that. Thanks a lot for that. I'm sure it's going to make your mandate great. Elisa, thank you for taking care of ST House this year. You all did a great job in CRC and last year as well. And this year we are just going to make it grow and hopefully have an amazing year. Joan Margarita. Thanks a lot, girls, for being the voting committee and always being there, running through the slate, explaining everyone the voting procedure, and taking care of the sheets, etc., whatever you do. Thanks a lot for that. It's a really important thing that we are doing. And 30th and 31st for a huge thank you to
art environment for answering my 1,000 questions. I'm always open for chats. Whatever I need, you always have time for me. And yeah, whenever I feel lost or whenever I need your help, you're always there. More than you have to. Thanks a lot for that.
Then I can start with my trainers. Firstly, Ariosto, aka my dear class leader. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there whenever I need something. And I'm really happy that how we work and not just working together, but being a friend, knowing that you are here to support me all the time is really nice. Thank you a lot. Our magazine leader is not here, unfortunately, but still I would like to thank her for achieving her milestone, her first edition of Magazine of the Year. And she did an amazing job, worked really hard this year to provide you the magazine. And thank you a lot, Sonia, for being there and working really hard and achieving your first milestone. Then we have a perfect duo, my dear ambassadors, Francisca and Polina. Thank you a lot. You are a great example of motivation and asking questions all the time, pushing me to even learn more with you. And I'm really glad to work with you, continue working with you in the future. So thanks a lot. Dennis, group support system leader. Thank you. And I guess Sasha also thanks you. You have worked a lot so far, but I'm really looking forward to work with you even more. After SIAM, I believe that we will have amazing time to work with you, especially with the cases we will continue. Then Nicola, you are a great example of aiming high. Being a regional coordinator and project leader of SIAM is not easy, I know. And I really appreciate that you took the challenge, and I'm really looking forward to see you and how the SIAM will turn out, and especially the amazing things you will be doing in the region and the events you will attend. So thanks a lot. Eren, Mediterranean RC. You really amaze me all the time with your motivation, with all the ideas you want to have, thousands of events you want to organize in the region. Congratulations and thanks a lot. With the council meeting people that I've been working with, firstly photographers, Masha, Eduardo, Anna. Thank you so much for taking amazing pictures, and I really appreciate that you took your time, and even sometimes you weren't just in the pictures, but you are with all of the pictures in our hearts. Thank you. Then we have Sarah and Sofia for taking the responsibility of Pigeonhole. Thank you guys so much for reminding us to answer questions all the time and taking care of it. And Ayhan, thank you for taking care of live stream. And sometimes it was a bit tough in the mornings, but thank you for being on time and taking care of live stream. Last but not least, I would like to thank David for working with me and Ariosto while we are preparing the merchandises and the magazine. So thank you a lot, and yeah, I really appreciate all of the effort. I know it wasn't really easy to work with all of the parts organizing SIAM, but you did an amazing job, so thank you. Of course, while doing this, in the beginning of the year, it was a bit challenging, so I would like to especially thank the 31st Board, Mark, Desi, Marna, Edith, Luis. Thanks a lot for the support that you gave, and especially Desi and Marna for being there, helping me out, and helping me out with all of the challenges that I can face for my position. So thank you a lot for your sharing your knowledge and experience with me. I also would like to thank Edith because she was the one who motivated me to take this challenge in the first place, and you are a great example of working hard and play hard all the time, and thanks a lot for support all the time, not just as a board responsible last year, but as a friend, and still helping me out with everything, so thanks a lot.
So I would like to start by thanking Muad, Aga, Ju, and Badouan. They are leaders of the academic department. They are not here with us today, but they put so much dedication into their entities and Muad into the department as a whole, and I'm really thankful for their work. Serhat, academic days leader. I'm really proud of your work and really happy that you are my successor. I really love what you're doing with your entity and all the dedication that you put and how much you care about your event. Thank you. We have Aisu, Global Student Challenge. I can't see her. There. My cutest leader, like lots of hugs. I love our chats. They are endless. And thank you so much for the dedication you put into your team. Continuing the academic development department, we have Paula. She not only organizes CM for you guys, she's also the leader of Vision. And Vision team is growing, it's back, and we are going to see a lot this year. Thank you so much, Paula. We have Kai for data science course initiative. Thank you for the hardest questions I get. They really challenge me to grow, and I really love discussing with you. Thank you for the dedication to your initiative. Let's continue with the next region, Southwest region. Thank you for endless hours of phone calls. Your motivation to make every local group grow in every single aspect and to connect everyone inside the region, it's really motivating. Thank you. Then, EDC leader. We share one thing, which is our love for service. No one understands us, but we really get along, and as he understands, he's jumping behind me. Thank you so much for the work in your entity. I'm really excited for everything we are going to do this year. And I want to thank local group Madrid, and especially Ubu and Juan, for organizing an amazing leaders workshop right before this year that allowed our leaders to gather and to contribute to this. Continuing with global group leads, not only because you are my little family, but because of all the efforts you put into our conference. I love our meetings and discussing things with you. I'm also a bit annoyed sometimes, I know. But I'm really excited to see our conference happening with the local group. Thanks, guys.
thank you for everything that you gave, but a really, really special thanks to Daisy and Louis. If it was not for them, I wouldn't be here today.
My turn. I'm a bit emotional person, so I might cry. So I'm going to start with my leaders. Firstly, Kaan and Brett with the nicest commentary. Thank you so much for your motivation to work that you are doing for the nicest committee and for our chats last 4 or 5 hours at least. So thank you for those, and thank you for being initiative. And next, Federica. Then we have Federica with the Events Quality Group Leader. Thank you, Federica, for your hard work, for your motivation, for the development that you are doing. The events quality is amazing. Thank you so much. Then we have Danny with the Northwest Region. Thank you for your motivation, Danny. You are amazing. You are just like know how to motivate people and you know what's the missing points with your region. So thank you for your hard work also. So now going with the career development department. Morris, department coordinator. Morris, thank you so much for everything. The motivation that you have to develop, the motivation that you have to develop the department itself, the services and the contribution that you are giving to services is amazing. Thank you so much. Then we have Sigurd, the X4X Days leader. Sigurd, thank you for everything you are taking the entity to another level. Thank you so much for your hard work and motivation. Then we have Maria with the business booster. Maria, thank you so much. What you're doing is amazing. You're taking the entity to another level with the new ideas, with the initiatives. Thank you so much. And then we have Gökhan, the times leader. Unfortunately, he's not here with us right now, and I hope that he's watching us right now. Thank you, Gökhan, so much for everything. You are also doing so much things for the times right now, so thank you for your motivation and hard work. Then let's continue with intercultural development department. We have Luis. Thank you, Luis, for everything, your motivation, your willingness to develop the department is just so priceless. So thank you so much. Then we have Rana, activity week leader. Rana, thank you so much for the work that you are doing for the activity week. It's amazing. You are taking the entity somewhere else that no one imagined that you could. Not you could, but like entity can could. So thank you so much for hard work. Then we have Fabian, the Eurotrip leader, aka also my successor. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing for Europe 3D, the amazing events that we already saw that you are doing a great job. So thank you so much and keep up the good work. Then we have Zeynep, the language program leader. Zeynep, thank you so much Thank you so much for everything that you are doing for the language program. You are providing amazing opportunities for your teamers. Thank you for your motivation and hard work. And then we have Ifek with the local group exchange leader. Ifek, thank you so much for everything that you have done. You are doing an amazing job. You have done. And I know it's the end of your mandate, but it was a very pleasure to work with you. And thank you so much. So I will continue CM part, Sude, Lubrant Table, Response Coordinator, Sude. Sude, thank you so much for the work that you have been done for the Lubrant Table. I hope that it was a very good one, and thank you so much for the job that you have done. And then we have a local group, Yellowstone, the Bear. I don't know whom to thank, but thank you, the Bear, whoever you are, that they took me that situations here, and I don't know, thank you anyways. The group and the families, they were very helpful, so thank you, and see you next year. And then I would also like to thank the 31st board to all of the things that they have done, especially Mark. He was always there for me to answer my crazy, unexpected questions and help me in any way that he can. Thank you so much, guys. I would also like to thank the other VIP activities because they also inspired me a lot with everything. And they are just like motivated me to do everything. Thank you also, guys. And I also would like to thank my sister because she's the reason that I'm here today, Jayden. Without her, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be an SDMer. So thank you, Jayden. I don't know if you're watching, but if you are, thank you so much. And I would also like to thank the people that are here for the Esteem Spirit. Guys, you are amazing, amazing with the Esteem Spirit. I am so happy to be here with you today. So thank you everyone for the Esteem Spirit.
I don't have as many leaders as my co-workers, but the ones I have are goals, and I know that I can rely on you and count on you each and every day, and that's I'm learning from you guys. So I would like to start with Suda, our trainers community leader. Thank you for being so passionate about what you're doing. Thank you for sharing and letting other people grow together. I have two amazing regional coordinators, King of the North and Lord of the Alps. And guys, what you're doing for your regions is amazing. You are so motivating. You're caring a lot about people in your regions. Also, special thanks for you being honest and with me and not being afraid to share what you think, because I learned from you a lot. Then, with Esteem. Most hardworking person in the whole network, and sometimes I feel that you're like one of my co-boardies because you do a lot for the network. Because of you, we have new local groups joining, and you're doing an amazing job with your team. And I would like to thank you for people who were helping with the organizing of the council meeting. It was not easy, guys. That was quite challenging, and we had a lot of things on our way, but we managed. So I would like to say thank you to Chris for helping us with the working groups and preparation for that. But also I'd like to say thank you as friends, because you're always here for me to support. I do appreciate it a lot. Then, one of the most important people during the council meeting, especially during the GAs, person with whom we spent quite some time changing the agenda and finding the perfect way to make the days great. Thank you a lot, Kel, for being here with us and helping us out.
you did a great job. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank our predecessors, 31st Board. You did guys an amazing job. You had a year full of challenges and you did not expect it to be this way, but I'm glad that you were able to keep your motivation and to motivate us. Thank you, Luis, for helping me to start my mandate. Also, thank you, 30th Boards, because you're also here for us anytime we need. Special thanks to Ines for being there when I really need you. Thank you. Thanks to all of the organizers. Thank you, Local Group Seville, for making this step, to taking risks, for working with us. We spent several months preparing that for everyone, and I know that your work was great, and that 150 esteemers were able to come here and to see what esteem is after that many time spent in life. Thank you, Claudia, thank you, Javi, thank you, JJ, Carmen, and all of you guys who put your time. But also, I would say that it wouldn't be possible without all of you guys, people who are sitting here in the GA room, but also a lot of customers who are watching us during this 5 days, because we are here for you, all of our leaders are here for you, and without you as teamers, there wouldn't be the reason of us being here. So thank you a lot for spending this week with us, for sharing your motivation, for singing songs, for actively for your participation in our GA sessions and everything, and for party cards. I hope that we're gonna meet quite soon in Belgrade and have one more amazing week. Still, the council meeting is not fully over, so we would like to continue with our agenda. Thank you. I was a bit nervous, so I forgot one of the most important parts, and I would like to say thank you to dear co-boarders, because the work you do for the network, the way we spend for the time we spend together, that's brilliant.
And the 5 of us would like to thank Nasha for being our amazing president and our mom, as we like to call her.
Sarah Gülmen at Ankara Bilkent. In the beginning, there was a confusion about when to upload, and if I recall correctly, we couldn't upload Sümeyye and Tamara, so can we give them an applause because I feel better.
Thank you very much for that. Then I close agenda point 76 applications, and I open agenda point 77 voting results, and I sing a song. We are again another song. My brother was a parachuter in US Marines. My brother was a parachuter in US Marines. My brother was a parachuter in US Marines, and he ain't gonna go. Thank you. And for that, I ask the voting committee on stage.
Hi guys. So, representing the voting results, hope you're excited. Are you ready? Are you ready for the final ones? Okay, so the approval of the discharge of the 31st, sorry, for the scheme. So, the majority requires 50% of the votes, and let's see, guys.
First, we'll invite you on stage later and give you some time for the words.
Congratulations. Thank you, guys, for all your work. So, approval of the financial year budget. The required majority is 50%, and yeah, we can see the result. Council meeting, that's a great one. Also with the required majority 50%, and
Alright, then I close agenda point 77, voting results, and I open agenda point 78, miscellaneous, And there's this song, which you always also know. Baby shark, do do do do do, baby shark, do do do do do, baby shark, do do do do do, baby shark. And in miscellaneous so far, Darmstadt. Yes, microphone over there. Microphone. Maybe you can just stay in this corner because it's usually there.
I remember that we were going to ask Kai whether he accepts the results after the budget, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right. Thank you very much. Okay, then I reopen agenda point 77, voting results, and I don't have the song in the list currently. Luis, I need a song. Which one?
I'm not gonna sing it now, like.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll go again. Mama, oh, can I resist you? Mamma mia. Okay. Kai, please stand up and can somebody give Kai a microphone? So, do you accept the vote?
Thank you for the trust. Thank you for the trust in the project. Thank you for the trust in me. Thank you for your patience, first of all. It took longer than I thought. Thank you to the board for answering all the difficult questions. It was quite hard in the last 2 weeks. Of course, I accept the vote. Thank you all so much.
Okay, then I close agenda point 77. Voting results, and miscellaneous is still open. And first of all, Darmstadt will ask me for some stage time. And we need Darmstadt and somebody from the organizers for that. Are there organizers here in the room? Yes, Claudia.
Sorry. Thank you. Fabian and I go from LXIII Darmstadt, and we have a tradition. Every time someone invites us to event, we like to thank the organizers, and I think these ones deserve it more than anyone else. These are called Apfelweingläser. Apfelwein is apple wine from our region, Alpine region, but the region where Darmstadt is from in Germany. And we have our Darmstadt logo here, so they don't forget how much we appreciate the work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I want to say something.
Oh, yes, of course.
It can be short.
It can be long.
To German Bank, also Darmstadt, because I was born early in Darmstadt, and it was an amazing year. I mean, anyway, have a lot of active in Central. So this year is also because of him. So thank you very much for welcoming me in Darmstadt.
Alright, thank you very much. And then Petra was asking me to perform an energizer. You asked me that. Not anymore? I don't know. Okay, nice.
Okay, hello guys. For this energizer, we would like you first of all to get up. How it's an energizer. And then you will have to repeat after us. Is it okay? Yes, please. Hey, yo, really, yo! Hey, yo, really, yo! With a pizza in my hand. With a pizza in my hand. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Pizza man. Pizza man. Pizza man. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Hey, yo, really, yo! Hey, yo, really, yo! I'm gonna go back to my job. With the ball in my hand. I'm gonna be a Michael Jordan. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Hey yo, really yo. Hey yo, really yo. I'm gonna go back to my job. With the tacos in my hand. With the tacos in my hand. I'm gonna be a Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan. Michael Jordan. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Hey yo, really yo! I'm gonna go back to my job. I'm gonna be a Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson. Jackie Chan. Michael Jordan. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Hey yo, really yo! I'm gonna go back to my job. With the ball in my hand. I'm gonna be a policeman. Policeman. Michael Jackson. Jackie Chan. Michael Jordan. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man.
Alright, then I close the gender points at Kate, and I need to check the set list. It's a German song. Geh mal Bier holen, du wirst wieder hässlich. 1, 2, Bier, und wieder schön. Okay. So, I opened gender point 79 with charge of the 31st board, and for that I invite on the stage the last VP of education, which was easy. Yes, please come to the stage. And I also on the stage the previous VP of finance. Werbe. And I also on the stage the last VP of administration, Elis. And I have to say, the VP of activities, Mark. And I have to say, the VP of strategy and Rick. I think I'm speaking for all of us when saying that we are really, really thankful for all the work and time and effort you put into this team. And yeah, we clearly saw it when discharging the board. I think all of us agreed that they did an amazing job. So thank you really much for putting so much work into this team, and give them a really, really big applause.
I'll try to be really fast, since we already spoke like some times a lot of the year. Yeah, just wanted to thank you all guys. For us, it's also a reward to see that you're here today with us, definitely. Because, yeah, even yesterday was very fun during International Night. A lot of people approaching us like, oh, you're real, you're here. This is all true, so. So yeah guys, at home, when you're home and not traveling, it's very difficult sometimes as well to keep your time management and know exactly where you're working. So I thought that, yeah, we really went all the extra mile and hours that we could for this network. And yeah, trust us that even just 5-minute applause, this is all for us. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see each other very soon once again. So yeah.
It's your turn now.
I think this year maybe the less appreciation was given to Luis from our board, because we were always giving the mic to him. He was always on the spot, and we were also like giving some hard time to him. It means a lot that he handled this year very well, and he was always there to support us. We were always there to support each other, but it really means a lot. Maybe we could thank you enough during the party. But you didn't fucking get my symptom.
So yeah guys, nothing of this would be possible without you, without any leader of the network, and as well without these amazing people that are on stage with me today. So yeah guys, we are going to see you soon. Once again. Thank you.
Okay, I have to close this agenda. So hereby I close the agenda point 79, this chart of the 21st quarter. And I have one more song in the set list which I know from the Spice Girls. I tell you what I want, what I really want. So tell me what I really want. I'm so shit at that, sorry. Yeah, I know that, sure. So, with this song, I open agenda point 80, signing the letter of commitment. And for that, I ask the 22nd board on the stage, and I guess all leaders on the stage, or does that please tell us who else?
Yes. We will take the chance and also invite all of our leaders to the stage now. Let's not at the same time. And let me first explain a little bit what we're going to do now. So we have our statement of commitments, and when we elect leaders during the council meeting, or we appoint our leaders during August, when they're starting our mandate, they are signing the statement of commitment when they promise to be proud, to participate in the Latvian network, to contribute and to do their job. It's the nice tradition. We couldn't do that earlier because we're online. But now, as most of our leaders are here, I would like to invite you guys on stage. Let's do it this way. Firstly, I would ask our service leaders to join us on stage.
ambassadors. And also our lovely regional coordinators. Then I would also invite our financial controllers on stage. Guys, Hussein, can you join us on stage and stay here? Also would invite our task group leaders. Department coordinators. Our committee leaders as well.
2, 3. Climb up Sunshine Mountain, where the breezes blow. Climb up Sunshine Mountain, faces all aglow.
Okay, I close agenda point 81, one more ST song. And I will look for my last song. I don't have an idea how to sing it, and yeah, we just get it to me with the sentence I also don't really know. So, party till I die, I fill up high. Okay, now I get it. Okay, and I open the last agenda point of today. Agenda point 82, official closing of the council meeting. And I asked Claudia on the stage to... Oh, there's a technical question.
This is Lucas from LXIII now. What if we still have someone's flag or name tag?
What again?
What if we still have someone else's flag or name tag? Because we just got it today.
Okay, which one do you have? How many?
Just one. We have Hugo.
We will do it during Gala dinner because I'm sure we will add some punishment somehow because people will lose their flags and name tags and so on.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just delayed it, I didn't stop it. Okay, and because we had the last agenda point, maybe Claudia wants to share some final words about this council meeting. If she's here. Yes, oh, she's right here.
Okay, actually I don't know what to say to prepare anything, but I'm gonna improvise something. Doesn't matter. So I just wanted to say, it was like the worst. I did a lot of things, but this wouldn't be possible without my team, without our group. I'm so thankful, and of course also without the board, because they helped us so much. It was incredible. I mean, it's no board. There was so much work to be done. And also, my team, because there are not that many people. We also lost some people in the way, like they stopped organizing all the stuff. So it was really, really difficult. Also because, yeah, you go with companies here, with the university, you were always making problems or, yeah, talking about things. So, but we did it. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the best thing ever. There were so many mistakes. But but it doesn't matter because after 2 years we had a CM, and that's important thing. And I'm also so happy. I also want to thank the leaders, us teamers. I also love you, and I'm so thankful for my generation of leaders. It's amazing, and yeah, you're gonna do amazing things, and you also help me a lot mentally, a lot of support. When I had a problem, you call me and try to solve it with me. So, yeah, just know the group, leaders, board, thank you. I love you all.
so what just happened is the whole event I was trusting in these 3 people and they just stole my hammer. So please, and I can't close the council meeting for the hammer. So we will continue this year. Yes, I can. Yes, I can do a punishment with Hugo. Hugo, there's your punishment. Okay, secretaries, please tell me what we have to do. Oh, we have to.
Okay, we were going to ask the council anyway, so it can be.
Okay, sehr bad suggestion. We need microphone and name and logo booth. And the mask over your mouth and nose.
Merhaba, soy İstanbul Boğaziçi aktivisiniz. We want to suggest frog, and we want to do it with a proper way, so in each corner there will be something to do it for you. Do we need to vote? Can I keep the mic?
It's going to be a long one.
Super long one.
Okay, I need to wait.
Okay.
So guys, I think we had 5 really nice days. Actually 6 days so far. And it was actually the first council meeting ever happened in Spain. So, thank you very much. First of all, to the organizing local group. Then, a big thank you here also for all delegates who have visited the GA every single day. All of them. Then, to all of our leaders, who are also putting so much effort into this team. And of course also to ex-board members who are also here to support the current board. And of course to all facilitators, so secretaries, people who are helping with the time, with the live stream, with microphones, so thanks a lot for these people. And of course, thanks a lot to the current board, who also organized the first live stream after 2 years. Okay, so now I will proceed back to my space to do my last duty of the CM. So, hereby I close agenda point 82, official closing of the council meeting.